Hello, everybody. Just finishing sending out my notifications real quick. Live on YouTube, live on Kick, X, Twitch. Hello, Mr. Big. A little bit of a new format tonight, because I'm going to be going live with a vertical stream at the same time in a little bit. Give it some time first, though. I think this resolution just looks a little better for the browser. See what new viewers we can rope in, you know? Oh my god, what the hell? The price for Resident Evil Deadly Silence is through the roof. This was only about $110 to $120 before Resident Evil 9 came out. I guess let's see what it goes for. Knew I should have bought that when I had the chance. A lot of people actually say it's the best version of Resident Evil. $250, crazy. Damn. That may be one of the most affected Resident Evil games because of Resident Evil 9. Sadly, I'm not sure that's one that's going to come back down, because it's one of the more obscure ones. Not plentiful. Lozenges. Thanks, Mr. Big. Thank you for the lozenge super chat. Sound of Gaming blasting sound out of nowhere. Thanks, Sound of Gaming. You got the Musha resub. Good to see you. Thank you for the resub. Yeah, that's more than doubled. Most of the other Resident Evil games haven't doubled in price. Imagine if Resident Evil 2 got propped up. I'm not sure there's too much of a demand for that one. It's actually a pretty cool slipcover for Fallout 3. Still got to get used to this like slightly more compact viewing style. I'll get used to it though. Hopefully the notifications aren't too loud. I turned them up because I missed... Turn it down a little bit. I missed a super chat the other day. Oh wait, that was desktop audio.
It's like 69, but better.
Do that. Thanks, Johnny Come. The reverse. I never thought of it that way. That's 8 years, by the way. Thank you for the 8-year resub. Appreciate it very much. Godzilla. Godzilla PS4 is still about what it's always been lately. Anywhere between 2 to 300 on the high end. More so like 2 to 250. It's like Heavenly Sword is seeing a little more attention. There's the juicy super chat. Thanks, Juicy. Appreciate it very much. Remember subbing to me as Micro Obsessor. Well, I definitely remember the Johnny Jet Set name. Micro Obsessor feels a little bit familiar, but that was a long time ago. Hello, Noah. Look at that. The algorithm has finally recommended video games to us. My goodness. And sneakers. No more nail polish. No more bags. They're actually showing us video games. Wow. But they're also not live tonight. That's way too far in advance. Yeah, they start at $1 so that you can pay probably like a 50% markup on them. Heard good things about this Rogue Trip game. Oh, that's right. Hold on. I keep forgetting to do this. Alright, on the Twitch end, if you're not subscribed, you're going to get 3 minutes of ads, but I want to get these out of the way so that people don't get the pre-roll ads as they're popping into the stream here. If you're subscribed, you won't see anything. I'm trying to get better about it because I never run the ads, but I need to run that just for the first hour so that... Because most people join in the first hour, and then they won't get ads. Thanks, Coolio. Thank you for the 71 bits. I know. Isn't it funny how we were just talking about YouTube Premium last eBay stream? Or like very recently. And they bumped the price up by $2. But honestly, it's still worth it for a $2 price increase. Wow, Legend of Legaia. That feels more pricey than it used to be. They used to be one of the cheaper PS1 RPGs. Well, $25 if... There's a $16 version if you don't want all the other stuff with it. Right, if you're not using, like, the YouTube music stuff. What is this? Let's fix this cable. Oh, the cheaper one still has some ads. Yeah, it's still worth it. I mean, if you use YouTube a lot, I don't know how people can stomach not having premium, honestly. Especially if you're using, like, mobile devices. You'll always have those people that are just like, oh, just use an ad blocker. Yeah, but most people are using YouTube on mobile devices, which is... Yeah. You gotta jump through some hoops to remove ads at that point. They're gonna do 90-second unskippable ads on TV. Like if you're watching YouTube on your TV, apparently. Hello, Stage 1 boss. Yeah, I need to look into using YouTube Music more. I've pretty much neglected it. Hello, Samuel. Did you know that, like, almost nobody uses YouTube on their tablet anymore? All the stats that I see, only, like, 5% or under use YouTube on a tablet. I watch almost exclusively on my iPad. I guess I'm in the small minority. Did I have Bug's Life on Game Boy Color? Yes, I did. It was somehow the first game I got with my Game Boy Color. Unfortunately. 140 games. Let's see what we got. It's pretty cheap. The only thing about being zoomed in like this. So I gotta do a little more dragging. Actually, it doesn't seem like it's messing up like it normally does when I zoom though, which is nice. Like I could actually look around for once. It always used to get caught. Yeah, I always watch on my iPad first. The only time I watch on my phone is if that's all I got on me. I just prefer the bigger screen. I've been using my iPad for so many years. I'm just like too used to the larger format. Wow. The first D of the night, we're seeing probably the rarest one to find. The big box DOS D. Also sealed and damaged. What a sight to behold. Still got protection. Even if what it's protecting is a little damaged. Solving the mystery means visiting the dark pit of your soul. Yeah, it's kind of beat up, flattened, but people still want it. They still want the D for 20 bucks. I don't blame them. It's not often. The DOS version in the big box is definitely like one of the harder ones to find. You can see someone else wants it for 125 for, you know, better condition. But somehow that plastic seal is still intact. It's not torn. The plastic is not torn. It's just the box itself. They don't make plastic seals the way they used to anymore. Best PC game of the show. New Sacrifice. Never heard of it. Oh my god, this game is awesome, says GameFan. First person shooter? Third person? What is it? Some of these boxes are cool, though. Look at this. It's actually pretty awesome. And I bet you if you open this flap, it, like, takes away this front part. Yeah, that's definitely what happens. Oh, maybe not. No. It's got a... I thought for sure it would have like just removed the front part of that capsule. Yeah, this is awesome. Thank you, guy from 2001. Oh, look, it's a big box for the Dark Eye. This was one of the only horror games that I really struggled to finish. Actually, I did finish it. Didn't I? Or, no, it like froze, something happened, and I didn't want to have to replay like an hour, so I just like watched the ending on YouTube or something. It was a little frustrating. Had a lot of problems. But this was a pretty neat game based off of Edgar Allan Poe's works. With claymation. Kind of creepy. Some stories are definitely a little better than others. The Telltale Heart one was probably the best. But it takes his stories and just puts it into a little compilation with some really creepy art. You actually, it's a point and click kind of game. Pretty simple though. But it's one of those games where it's really hard to tell where to click sometimes to move. That was Pokemon Champion yesterday. I enjoyed it. I ended up going like 11-4 or 12-4 or something like that. 12-5. I don't. Either way, I had double wins over losses, and the team that we ended up making was super fun. It's not a bad game. Don't be put off by the reviews. Just try it yourself and see. A lot of the reviews are coming from people, you got to remember, that are like hardcore Pokemon competitive players. So of course it's probably not going to meet all their expectations. And then the reviews from the critics are coming from people that probably don't care about competitive Pokemon to begin with. So it's kind of in a weird spot. This guy is very excited for those $1 starts. He's ready to go. I used to play a lot of Bomberman on N64, yes. I look forward to playing it again soon. I'll probably do that before I play the other Bomberman games. Hello, Chemdream. Just makes sense. Reader Rabbit. Is that claymation? What is that? Looks like a puppet. I think it is a puppet. Damn, look at those shoes. He's got his toolbox with carrots and his like Timberland shoes, work boots. He's ready to go. Phantasmagoria is like between 200-300 now sealed. Yeah, I don't care about the sealed prices. Those are just so hard to like keep track of and try and guess what the heck they're worth. I wish we got a Phantasmagoria console release in the US like they did in Japan. I don't care if it was 8 discs or what. The game deserved a console release. Sonic Generations. It's one of the better 3D Sonic games. The only thing I don't like about Sonic Generations, as always, the 2D levels are not the best. Whenever they try and put in side-scrolling levels in a 3D Sonic game, it just never feels good. But it's one of the better 2D Sonic 3D games. The variety is what makes Generations fun. Hey, thanks aggressively. Appreciate it very much. Thanks for watching for so long. You've been collecting for the original Xbox right now. It's a good one to collect for at the moment. Pretty affordable for the most part. Nothing too exceptionally rare either. Yeah, Shadow Generations was fun. The Shadow campaign that they added was a worthy addition. Tornado Outbreak. Still haven't played that. I think a lot of people compare it to Katamari. I actually was listening to the first Katamari soundtrack today on my walk. It was finally a nice spring day. 60 degrees with a breeze and warm sun. I'm like, alright, time to go walk outside before I went to the gym. And I'm like, you know what? Katamari Damacy music right now would be pretty fitting. This is an interesting little UMD. If you're going to buy one UMD on the PSP, this might be the one you want. It's sort of like an interactive visual novel of Silent Hill. So it's like you're watching a comic book, essentially, of some, like, story. It's pretty neat. 2 hours of digital comic books based on Silent Hill comic series. So if you buy one UMD, that might be it. Once again, if you're on the YouTube side, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. It's always helpful. This helps more people know that we're streaming. Helps recommend the stream out to everybody. Even to the people that maybe the algorithm forgot to recommend them the stream today. If you get recommended my streams every day, you're lucky. Not everybody does. Especially with the eBay. Some people rely on seeing it on their homepage to know. Whoa, what happened to the logo? Okay, it fixed itself. That was... I think that was my dark reader, like, taking a while to process the colors or something. Fix notification came minutes faster than Twitch's. Interesting. I guess it's like not that time sensitive, but if it were, that would be a big deal. A factory sealed video game. Wow. Ghost Sync from Chemco. PS5 upgrade available. Something tells me you're not going to need to be upgrading this game. A fateful RPG involving a magical lady and the spirit of the man possessing a dog. Of course, it would be put out by Limited Run. We just need a Chemco RPG Mega Collection. Every game they've ever released in one box set. Actually looks pretty cool. I feel like PS3 boxes look better when they're in a solid color rather than the clear cases that they defaulted to. So red and black actually looks pretty good. Yeah, it's a shame I can't really see the shrieks anymore. I have to... The only way I can see them is if I look on my Twitch dashboard. Which normally, like, there's no reason for me to look over there much anymore since I have, like, combined notifications for all the platforms. If I ever miss a huge streak, just let me know. But thank you, Caleb. Thanks for the 140 streak. See, everybody liked the stream and I got like 15 new people in here. It actually does something. How did I get on F-Zero? I made it to the Expert Cup, and I almost won the first Expert Cup. I lost by 1 point. So, the next time I stream it, the goal will be to try and make it through Expert. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do Master, though. I'm pretty sure Master requires you to be a literal master at that game. Some people are probably looking at this like, well, I don't recognize that. It's because Stella Deuce, I believe, has a reversible art cover, so they're using the lesser seen inverse art, which I think actually looks better. For Stella Deuce. Pretty straightforward strategy RPG. Nothing really that sets it apart from what I understand. Used to be big into sealed retro graded games. Well, that's probably because that took off like crazy, right? And the prices are ridiculous now. Starting off, it probably wasn't too bad. They dodged the feet shot. Okay, we keep hunting. Am I looking for certain games specifically? No, I just look for whatever's a good deal, and if it's a good deal, I put the link in chat for people. And I have a lot of Super Famicom games, but I don't really buy them anymore. The prices are just too ridiculous for those games. Did you pick it up, Stage 1? What game was it? The Residence Freak Show. Wow, what a creepy looking game that is. Weird. Oh, an MSX game. If it's something that doesn't pop up too often, I mean... they're gonna pretty much decide what it's worth at this point. Mission Impossible on 64 press kit 1 of 1. Well, that's neat. How is it a 1 of 1? Like, what made it 1 of 1? You know the history behind it? Oh, only one of them known. Yeah, some of those old press kits are super rare. What's Poi Poi? PS1 game? I haven't played it, but it's sort of like a party game, mini game, compilation kind of thing. Where you battle other players, I believe. Lord of the Rings on the Mega Drive. Just what I've always wanted. And Shui Hu Feng Yun Zhuan. Also a game I could not wait to play. Well, I wonder what fighting game this is based on. You could actually see like Frodo and Legolas up here. Eowyn, that's pretty funny. Thanks, Ultimo. Appreciate it. Thank you for that. 18 months. I wonder what it's based on. The other game is a beat 'em up. They honestly don't even look that bad. Well, I understand graded, like I understand collecting sealed games, and also like I understand the grading part of it. Give me 1 second, a bomb. Appreciate it. So like, let's just say you have a really rare game that's sealed. You're obviously not going to open it, right? Because it's pretty hard to find some of these games brand new sealed like that now. So it's like, okay, let's protect it. And then it comes down to, okay, do we just protect it with a generic plastic case? Or do we protect it and essentially have it certified that it's A, real, and then B, that the seal is, you know, a real seal, and then C, the condition of the seal. So it pretty much comes down to, do you care about just protecting the sealed game, or do you care about like the certification of it? Now, if these companies are using X-ray devices to look inside the box to verify that what is inside is indeed brand new, sealed, original, and maybe they're using some voodoo magic where they can tell like, okay, yes, this plastic seal is 100% original, then I can see the value behind actually getting it certified to that degree. But what I don't agree with is how expensive these graded sealed games are. Like, it's just, the prices are ridiculous, and I think that's what most people don't agree with. It's like the trading card market, like for Pokemon, it's just ridiculous. Like this I think is stupid. Old vintage games, I somewhat understand why people like want them graded and protected. Somebody grading Breath of the Wild Switch 2 edition, and then people paying more money for that. Like, that I think is stupid. Ridiculous. Yeah, I don't think people would have as many problems with graded sealed games if the prices weren't so manipulated and inflated. Like, we know there's some stuff going on behind the scenes, and I think that's what makes people kind of mad about it. Thanks, Rocky. Thank you for the big nut resub. Thanks for the 117 months. And thank you, Embalm. Thank you for the super chat. I missed a super chat from you, by the way, the other night because you sent it on my YouTube vertical stream. They did not alert me to that in any way. Like, no sound notification that I heard. And it didn't pop up on my notification list. So I'm sorry about that. The only way they showed it to me was, like, in the vertical chat on YouTube. But, like, I see that chat in my combined chat, but they didn't show that to me in any way. So I didn't mean to ignore it. But thank you very much for the super chat. Am I interested in playing Super Meat Boy 3D or Samson? I'm interested in both of them. I think I'd be more inclined to play Samson just because it looks terrible. Like, I've seen some clips online of it reminding me of Mind's Eye, which is a good thing. So I think if I were to play one of the two, I would definitely play Samson because it just looks like it would be a good laugh. Super Meat Boy 3D looks good and all, but I would have been into it more to like compete for the time trial, like single level time trials. But the game's been out long enough now where people have pretty much probably already mastered the time trial levels. So I would have less interest in trying to get into that now. But if it ever goes on sale in the future, I would not mind picking it up. Yeah, Samson looks like prime territory for some jank. Yeah, Super Meat Boy 3D came out a couple weeks ago. I think the general consensus is most people seem to like it. I'm trying to remember what your question was on the last stream, Embalmed. I can't remember. Because I answered it, but I'm not. I think by the time I answered it, it's too late. Thank you, Super Coolio. Thank you for hooking up Cat Killad with that sub. Appreciate it. Thank you again. Alright, I'm going to push the vertical stream live now that we've been up for a bit. We'll see if we can attract some new prey, you know, some new people. I have no idea. YouTube will either, like, recommend the stream or they won't because it's... I don't think an eBay stream is typically what these doom scrollers on vertical streams are looking for. You know, they pretty much watch a stream for 5 or 10 seconds and decide to move on or not. So I don't know how that's gonna go. We'll see what happens. I'm on Twitch too. Yes, I've been streaming on Twitch since 2009 when it was just in TV. The hype train, indeed. Thanks, Coolio. Is the new Super Meat Boy game a direct translation of the original levels just in the 3D, or is it all brand new? Anybody know? Anybody need a graded copy of Pokemon Legends ZA? It's only $103. No? Hello, Rajiv. Welcome. I always wanted this Experts game. It looks terrible, but in a good way. Alright, let's change up our search. Let us begin our lot search. Also, since I was able to start the stream at a reasonable time tonight, I did it a couple other times in the past, but I tend to do it sometimes for the members on YouTube. At the end of the stream on YouTube tonight for YouTube members, there'll be like a little bonus stream where I look to buy some stuff for myself on YouTube. I mean on eBay. Everybody always asks if I buy things on these streams. Well, I do on those streams. So if you're a member, you'll be able to tune into it. My membership is only $1, by the way. I know most people don't make their memberships $1. But I have to mention that because most people assume my membership is like $4.99 or something like most people, but my membership is $1. Look at that. You come over to Twitch, there, Ronan or Rajib, and you get the sub hookup. Thanks, Coolio. Thank you for hooking up the Nobless. Oh, that's right. Forgot I gotta make this. Still had it set to private for crying out loud. The Embalmed membership. Thanks, Embalmed. Appreciate it very much. Crystal carvings. Alright, let's see them. What do you got? Crazy bidding day. Come on. I want to see the crystal Pikachus and stuff. You're gonna lose us. Hold it up a little higher. I'm giving this person way more time than they deserve. No. Nah, they lost. They lost us. Gotta be faster than that. I'm sure we'll see him again. Every page. I love how Old and Maniacal has now graduated to just watching the stream in a bar. But yeah. When my stream has been live for about 2.5 hours is typically when affiliate goes live. Galactic Federation, thanks very much. Thank you for becoming a member. Why am I not seeing my YouTube? Weird. It's only showing me Twitch notifications. There's always something going wrong with these notifications. Hello, Polyrene. It's going alright. See, the stream has been live. Oh, thank you for the 3 months in advance and bombs. It's a little harder for me to catch those like 3 months in advance things, unfortunately, because of my new notification setup, but I see that one. Appreciate that very much. I know they usually save you a little bit of money, I think, on those. Can't remember if they do it for the 3 months. Maniacal still somehow manages to gift subs at a bar when he can't hear anything. That is some dedication right there. I have to type to him because he can't hear. I think that may be the first sub gifts I've ever received from someone that can't hear the stream and they're in a bar. It's the first. I should let him know, though. I don't advise gifting on mobile because they charge you more money. $105 Xbox One games, $1,000. Yeah, they charge you if you're on the browser version of Twitch while you're on mobile, they'll charge you the PC price, but if you're in the app, they will charge you more. And that goes for anybody that's unaware. Like, definitely make sure you do your resubs and all that stuff through a PC browser version of the site. If you're on the app, they charge you more because, like, Apple's stupid fees. I'm not sure how it is on, like, an Android device, but I don't know. I'm not too familiar with it. If I was... Oh, maybe you are getting the... $30 is the normal price. Bunch of Pokemon guides. It's a lot of Pokemon Stadium guides. $82 PS4 games. You get tired of doing it on the site. They give you an error? Were you trying to like force it to go through the browser version or something on a mobile app or a mobile device? When you guys go to my channel, does it show... Why is this not... Huh. Does it show that I'm live on like a vertical stream if you go to my channel? Curious, it should be. Like if you go to the... I think you have to go to my channel and then go to live or shorts or something. I don't know. I don't know where it appears. It does? Okay. I'm just making sure. Too many sports games. I don't know the prices offhand. I know what they'll either charge you a little bit more for 10,000 bits, or they'll give you less than 10,000, and they'll probably charge you a little more than that for 10,000 though. Guitar Hero controllers. Now, if all those work, that's probably worth quite a bit of money if you were to repair them. Those are worth quite a lot these days if they're in good working condition. But of course, these are probably not in good working condition. No manual or artwork. A lot of 10 with box. Okay, so it's like a printout. I was gonna say, that looked pretty bright. I wish we used Japan standards for condition. Where, like, something in poor condition means that it's got, like, a hairline scratch on the entire thing. I remember when this Ultimate Spider-Man version on PS2 was like $60. I never pulled the trigger on it though, because it was hard to find one in a good condition box. Because they have this sticker on it that everybody peeled off the wrong way, and it would always rip the box. Right, like you could see here where somebody tried ripping it off the bottom and then they put it back because you can see the misalignment. The edges are worn, and then up here there's always a sticker that ruins it. There's always some kind of wear damage on those boxes. Hello, Ninja. I have no idea, Twitchman. We'll find out. It's a little too hard to tell at this point with how the hardware market is. This person is just never showing... Oh, wait. They've got a crystal ball. That's not even in frame of view. I don't think I've ever seen that many sensor bars stacked on top of one another. Quite the reflection. I hate the sensor bars. Anytime I'm like, oh, maybe I'll play some Wii, I'm like, oh, I don't feel like finding and untangling my freaking sensor bar. And then trying to balance it on top of something. Because if you have a HD TV, it's kind of a pain. "36 360 games, but they somehow managed to dodge all the games people care about." And I guess the best pile is the last one. $250's kind of pushing it on that. I'm excited for Saros. Not really. I'm probably just going to pass on it, honestly. I never even finished Returnal, so I don't see the point in buying Saros for $80. I'm only spending $80 on new modern games unless I, like, really need to play it day one. Yeah, if Returnal is your favorite PS5 game, then I'm sure you're very excited for Saras. I'm probably gonna sit back and watch, wait and see, kind of. Man, I feel like there's something messed up with this vertical stream. Can one of you go into the vertical stream and just type something in chat? I feel like it's so weird, because last time I sent my vertical stream live at the same time as my normal stream, and there were no issues. But now that I've gone live on the vertical stream, like 45 minutes after the normal stream, it almost feels like it's like hidden or something. Scheduled for 8:15. So weird. It's like, instead of saying viewers watching, it says viewers waiting. No video, just the thumbnail. Oh, I have to hit go live up here? Shoot. That's probably why. They don't make me do that on my normal stream. Alright, now it should be working. I knew something was up. Oh, we got our first leg of the night. I think. Yeah, that's definitely a leg with some Crocs on or something. A little extra meat. Not a flattering viewing angle. Wait, their profile picture is legs? What is that? It's legs. Some like superheroes' legs. Oh. I guess it's fitting for their listings. Emma Frost. I love how all of you just like know who that is just based on the thighs and the legs. Everybody getting revealed. But you can tell by the costume. You can see a little bit of the costume. Little country boy. I've been alright. Come on, we know you got some Pokemon crystals just waiting. Come on. Man, this person's too slow. You gotta like constantly be showing something when you're doing one of these kind of streams. What else we got? Oh, we got some competition. We got someone selling minerals. There we go. Look at that. They know what they're doing. And they only got 3 viewers. Wow. Then this person with 20 viewers, never showing anything. They gotta up their game. Supermarket sweep. It sounds familiar. I feel like we had something similar to that in the US. Yeah, I just started the vertical stream, Mickey. They're 2 separate streams. The chats are combined though, on at least like on what you see on my stream, on the horizontal stream. It's a little too much money for old strategy guides. Well, I guess the shipping's free. Yeah, one for mobile, one for desktop. I'm just testing it. I'm just seeing how the vertical streams go. If they seem worth doing, I'll continue to do them. If they don't really seem worth doing, then I won't continue to do them. The vertical streams are mostly just to bring in new viewers. I don't really mean them for existing viewers to watch. It's more helpful to watch the horizontal ones. The vertical ones are honestly just like to see the potential of the shorts feed to bring in new viewers and hopefully convert those people into coming to the horizontal streams, if that makes sense. Well, there are vertical streams right now, but the thing is you can still just watch on horizontal. It's not like vertical is going to replace horizontal. They both go at the same time. There's literally 2 eBay streams right now with both formats. Hello, link by. Indeed, the only person that streams games, and we're totally not streaming a game right now, too. But I'm doing alright. How do you switch it to YouTube to not be like this? Go to my channel, and then just go to live, and you'll see, you know, you should see the other stream. There'll be 2 streams. Just go to the one that has over 100 viewers. What is going on here? It's custom spray painted by little Billy down the street or something? Well, they didn't do a terrible job. It could be a whole lot worse. You can see it's a little sloppy there with the red paint. Hello, Quick Blue. $28 Wii games. Well, we know what this lot's about to look like. Seems about right. Hello, Chapman. Well, I used to stream on just Twitch, but then they eventually lifted the restriction. If you were a Twitch partner, you weren't allowed to stream the same content on places like YouTube at the same time. Then they lifted that restriction a couple years ago, and then I started multi-streaming about a year after. So now I just stream on both sites at the same time. Twitch, YouTube, Kick. And X. Let's not forget X. But honestly, I just stream on X because it's... The way that they push streams on there, it just makes it beneficial as like another notification for people on there. I don't encourage you to watch on X. I mean, you can, but you're going to feel pretty lonely. Currently, I don't have plans to buy Pragmata. It really depends what I'm doing at the time. I still haven't played the demo to know if I even like it. I need to play the demo first. This year, I'm not going to be as focused on modern games. I've been very focused on modern games the past couple of years. I kind of want to put it in the backseat a little this year. Sealed CDI games. God, that art style. I love it. You don't really get art styles like that anymore. For like kid stuff. It's got some personality. See, when people think of CDI, this is the kind of stuff they think of. But there's actually real video games on CDI. Unlike this stuff. I am not aware of differences between GameCube and PS4 version of Ikaruga. I'm sure there are some differences. Maybe like UI changes and stuff, but I haven't played anything but the GameCube. I'm not the biggest fan of Ikaruga. I'm not super into the swapping mechanic. Just so much thinking. I don't want to have to think that much in a shoot 'em up. It's like a puzzle game. Am I gonna buy the cheap-looking Prince of Persia game? Which game is that? Honestly, Link By these days, I'm mostly just watching fitness videos on YouTube. That's pretty much my whole algorithm right now. It's a huge Intellivision collection. So one thing about these boxes though, once they get some wear and tear on them, they don't look as flattering. They look really nice when they're mint condition, but when they're kind of like this, they lose a little bit of their luster. Well, it doesn't surprise me that someone would be trying to sell Titanic and Star Wars on VHS for $2,000. If they're sealed, they might actually like be worth quite a bit of money. Or if there's certain printings of a VHS version, like I'm not well versed in VHS collecting, but VHS are worth way more than they used to be now. Believe it or not. Prince of Persia Red, I'm not even sure I've seen that yet. I don't think I've even seen it. Hello, Paper Dawn. So far, nothing crazy. We're just kind of hanging out and chilling as always. Doom scrolling. VHS is terrible for preservation because it can grow mold. I've seen it. The tapes can get mold on them. And once they get mold on them, it's, yeah, there's not much you can do. It's funny, whenever you see people selling Amiibo, they tend to always just sell their entire collection. They're just over it. This is what I don't like about Amiibo, though. Even outside of the box, it looks so messy. It's just overwhelming. So glad I never got into those things. To this day, I still don't own a single Amiibo, not even Sonic. You're kicking with a few lurkers, Amberg. You got a few lurkers kicking with you. Kicking back. Come on, crystal person. Every time I hover over your stream, you're not showing anything. They're pretty slow. It's a lot of Wii remotes. It's pretty cheap, honestly, other than Nyko Wii remotes. But heck, if you needed 50 Wii remotes, this might be the lot for you. Your friend produced Ghostblade? Oh, nice. Part of the old Pure Solar team, huh? eBay, yeah, they've been trying to push the live stuff for a while now. I think it's a little too invasive, personally, on the browser version. Thanks, DMB. Good to see you. Thank you for the 13 months. Monster Madness. Very fun, still somewhat pretty under the radar 360 and PS3 game. If you like games like Zombies Ate My Neighbors, I think Monster Madness is like a must, especially if you're going to play local co-op. You're trying to sell a graded Super Mario Wonder? Yeah, I don't get the whole graded of brand new games thing. It's like 3 different degrees of yellowing. Step 1, step 2, step 3. Sure, it's very satisfying. I know there's methods where you can like kind of get the yellowing out of Super Nintendo. Probably looks awesome once you clean it up. You've been thinking of selling your old movies, but there are a lot and you don't have time to test them all. What's the format? Like, what format of movies you're looking to sell? Do I have a favorite Pokemon game? Well, my favorite nostalgically will always be red, blue, yellow, and I guess to some degree gold and silver. But these days, after playing leaf green, that may be my new favorite one. Because it's just a better red and blue. Oh, people definitely still collect DVD, but only certain types of DVD movies. So if you have stuff that's like horror, fantasy, sort of like more obscure, actually uncommon DVDs, if you just have your everyday action movies, drama movies, like the kind of stuff that you see in lots on eBay all the time, that's way less desirable. It really depends on the genres that you have. But if you do have like anime, horror, uncommon, like obscure movies, that would be worth something. And in terms of testing them, you don't got to worry about testing them. Honestly, just look at the disc. If it looks like it has a ton of scratches, I would just say has scratching, like it's untested. If the disc looks mint, you could just list it as like really great condition. You don't got to mention anything about it being tested if you really don't have time. Just make sure that you accept returns, and then just take the customer's word for it. If they say it doesn't work, let them return it. All these people on here that are like saying, oh yeah, tested. Yeah, if anything, all they're doing is just popping it in for 2 seconds to see if it loads. They're not actually testing the whole movie. Just at a local game store, found a couple AES games. Good prices for AES games at a game store? Jeez. That's pretty uncommon. Showing the back of a disc on a photo can be challenging, though. That could be pretty difficult, depending on what type of camera you have and the reflection. And yeah, it's kind of, even with scratches, sometimes it won't represent it accurately. Nice little lot, but it's not $1,800 nice. What are my thoughts on the analog 3D? If you're a big N64 person, I'd say it's definitely worth it. Like if you would prefer to play your N64 on an HD TV, the settings it offers is pretty nice. You can really customize the way you want it to look. Another feature that I think is pretty cool too is it tells you how long you've played a game for. So if you play one game a ton, they'll actually keep track of how long you played it. I like that. But yeah, they look nice. I would recommend turning the filters off, though, if you want it to look really clean. The filters are a nice novelty, but I would turn them off if you want it to look the best it can look. Pixie Garden? What is that? Looks like an RPG of some sort. Jailbreaker, I know I've looked at. I don't remember what kind of game that is, though. I can't recommend CRTs for you. Honestly, I wouldn't even be picky. I would just take whatever CRT you can get that's in nice shape and works. At this point. People do the PVM monitors, though, if you're looking to, like, spend the big money. Do I like Star Wars games? Generally, yeah. But Battlefront I struggled to get into because that came out when I was deep into playing SOCOM. And I always hated the controls of Battlefront. It was always very loose. The aiming and hit detection was terrible. I would have liked Battlefront way more if I wasn't playing SOCOM, because SOCOM was like pinpoint precise, precision to a T. Battlefront was very inaccurate. Boxes. The best thing that I found out in the garbage on a curve recently, like within recent years, was a VHS player that had component output, brand new. That thing was worth like $100. I scooped that thing up and took it. I'm not passing by a component VHS player. That's pretty rare to find component on a VHS player. I was actually really getting into Star Wars Battlefront when they re-released that HD version like a year or two ago. But the release of that was so botched, it was so laggy, it was really a shame because it was a lot of fun to go online and play that with all those people. But man, it was unplayable at the launch. It was really a shame. And now I'm pretty sure it's just dead. You guys remember that stream I did? It was fun when it worked. So these are just boxes and manuals. Not worth it. I agree, Sci-Fi. I love Analog's products from a streaming standpoint because, man, I just love the plug and play nature of it. And they're all good quality. Just knowing that when I put my cart in there, it's always going to turn on without problems. Since it's new hardware. Assorted video games. Second. Definitely nothing there. Yeah, I wish Analog would do PS1, PS2 as well. Right now, Eon is working on an adapter for PS2, which should hopefully be out soon. Talk to the guy that owns that company every year, and it's been in the works for at least a year, because he told me about it last time, and then the next time, and I look forward to that. Eon's pretty good in terms of like plug and play. A bit more affordable too. Do I ever buy the retro game collections? Here and there. Yeah, here and there. I mean, if it's a collection I'm really interested in and the price isn't terrible, I'll pick it up. But usually, like, when those collections come out, I already own a couple of the games that are in there, so for me it's like, I don't know. Unless I'm like a mega fan of the collection, I usually pass. I see the Tomba get released on PC and Resident Evil games. Oh, it doesn't surprise me. since like Limited Run has the rights to it or whatever the hell is going on with that now. I think from a preservation standpoint, it's cool that games get released on PC. Keycard Crisis watches. Oh my god, they got something in front of the screen for once. They just like set it down and walk away. Can't really tell what it is. The games got a little pricey, yeah. I mean, most of them are still pretty reasonable. But, you know, any of those, like, RPGs and somewhat rare Japanese games, I mean, those are going to be a lot of money. Kuon is now a $2,000 game, yes. So that convention was actually pricing that game correctly, believe it or not. I know, the price kind of just nearly doubled out of nowhere. What Sonic games do I really like? I mean, I like mostly all of them, to some degree. The only ones I've struggled to get into are ones like Sonic Lost World, Sonic Heroes. Those ones, I don't know, it's hard for me to get into those ones for some reason. Oh man. That's actually pretty good. There's 2 offers on it. But their asking price is actually like super good. I'll link this and then we'll examine the description. Boombots and Skull Monkeys for $90 with the original lenticular case. That's actually very fair. What the heck? It's not letting me link this. So failed to send message. Weird. Oh right, that's right. I have to do this. I have to link the seller. The other link is too long. Condition looks good. Let's see what the discs look like. It's like dust, those aren't scratches, smudges, a little bit of scratch in there along the edge. So near mint condition for boombots. Skull monkeys is acceptable to good. Smudges and scratches on the disc. Work well for 45 minutes play session. So they've discounted it just because Skull Monkeys has scratches and smudges, but honestly it looked like the typical scratching and smudging you'd see. So Skull Monkeys by itself is like a $90 game, so this is pretty much like you're getting Boombots for free, and I think Boombots is around 20 to 25, I think. Let me double check. This copy here is 12, but that's just the disc in the manual. 20, 25, 25, 33. So asking prices are around $20 to $25, like I said. So it's pretty much like you're getting Boombots for free. Skull Monkeys. Skull Monkeys is also about, yeah, $90, $95 to $100. So it's pretty much like you get Boombots for free, which isn't terrible. And a reasonably conditioned Skull Monkeys. I love Skull Monkeys. I just wish that game was easier. That's a very difficult game. Very hard. It's doing a lot better. Thank you, Boss Brown Sugar. Staying healthy these days, you know. Tons of Skylanders figures. Look at that homemade shelf. Gotta appreciate the effort. They're trying to let go. $1,900. Look at that one. That one is like super homemade. When you run out of shelf space, you gotta do what you gotta do. I say in a whole that Mario Sonic is more consistent in terms of quality. I would say Mario is definitely more consistent with quality. I'd say every other Sonic game that comes out is like super janky and broken in some way at this point. I think it's always been that way. It's like flip a coin. Is it going to be playable or is it going to be broken? I think the biggest problem with Sonic games right now is that they still, most of the time, refuse to just accept the fact that a 3D Sonic game should be a 3D platformer. I'm tired of them shoehorning in side-scrolling segments. It's getting very annoying. Leave that for the actual side-scrolling Sonic games. And Mario, we just need 3D Mario games to come out more frequently than once every 10 years at this point. Hello, Morgan. Sonic Frontiers. Frontiers had its qualities. Apparently, there might be like the Sonic Frontiers Definitive Edition coming out. Which to me, all I'd want that to mean is just get rid of the pop-in. Sonic Frontiers without any pop-in with a huge draw distance would actually be pretty impressive. My memory of Y is kind of a blur. I get a lot of those mid-generation Pokemon games mixed up a lot of times. I think any Pokemon game is worth revisiting, though. Especially if it's one that you grew up with. It'll all start clicking for you again. Have I noticed N64 stuff going up lately? Not that I've really noticed like huge increases, no. I'm sure there might have been a little bit of a spike initially when the Analog 3D come out, but I think most of that hype has died down at this point. Well, that's what a lot of people were saying. I forget the source of the leak of Sonic Definitive Edition, Sonic Frontiers. But it's kind of silly for them to release a Definitive Edition at this point. Unless it's going to have some new content or something. But don't forget, that is like the best-selling Sonic game in recent times. Actually in history, I believe. Frontiers sold like crazy. So they're gonna push that game more than you would anticipate. Perfect time to re-release it right as Sonic 4 movie's getting ready to come out too. What is the Analog 3D? The easiest way to describe it is it's essentially an HD, like you can use HDMI out to your HD TV for N64 games. So it's its own platform, uses a certain form of hardware emulation to make your N64 games look super crisp. Oh, I saw Mario Galaxy. I enjoyed it. It was an enjoyable visual feast. It was just fun looking around, looking for Easter eggs and stuff. Don't gotta think too hard about the movie, you know, it's just... If you like Mario video games, you know, you'll enjoy it. Not much substance there, but, you know, it's just fun to look at. Hello, Robert. Are there any good playable card games on any console up to the DS which aren't Yu-Gi-Oh? Well, you got the Pokemon trading card game on Game Boy Color, probably the most famous one. And then the sequel that we never got, but you can play in English anyway. Also on the Neo Geo Pocket Color, you got the, what's the exact title on those again? The Card Clash, what the heck? I can't remember the name on them, hold on. These are also highly regarded. Card Fighters. There's like a red and blue version kind of thing. Trying to find you the cover. I think there was two versions of this, weren't there? Yeah, SNK Fighters version. And the other one being Capcom? I don't even remember. But these are highly regarded games. Yeah, SNK and Capcom. So you can get the Capcom version or the SNK version. Probably the next best thing. If you're able to emulate these or actually play them, would be the highest recommendation. I can't answer a question about best Yu-Gi-Oh game. I played one Yu-Gi-Oh game and practically had a panic attack and never played that. I never touched Yu-Gi-Oh again. Yu-Gi-Oh is way too much. Like, you either need to have grown up playing Yu-Gi-Oh, or you gotta have some attention span, boy. I tried playing that one that they released a few years ago on PS5, where it was like the history of Yu-Gi-Oh in one game, like every single freaking card you can think of, and all this like weird hyperlinking into the the thingamajig and like I can't even. I had people in there trying to teach me how to play. I even had like a Yu-Gi-Oh expert in there that like plays in tournaments and everything. I couldn't take it. It was, yeah, I'm never touching like real Yu-Gi-Oh ever again. Way too complicated. Give me my Pokemon Pocket. Oh, what's this? A Pikachu that does 10 damage and has 50 HP? Yes, thank you very much. That's my kind of card. None of these, like, you need a math degree in quantum physics to figure out how to play your deck. Neo Geo Pocket Color Collection. That's a clean looking collection. Some games are sealed. Oh, yeah, the new stuff with Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, I'm sure the older Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff was a little easier to understand. The new stuff is crazy. Oh, I love this sign. Clean and simple. I had Judgment. Yes, that is probably the best trading card video game ever released. The problem is you can never play it in its glory ever again because the game as it is has no single player content. You have to play online, and the online is dead. So that's only a game that lives on in your memory. Hey, Kingdom Hearts boy. Yeah, if I ever play a Yu-Gi-Oh game, it'll be Forbidden Memories on PS1 because that's like apparently so different from typical Yu-Gi-Oh. It's more like you're just playing a casino. Or the dice game, Dice Masters or whatever on PS2, because it's like a board game or something. I don't know, it looks kind of interesting. I picked it up actually. Hello, Portnoy. Just a reminder, by the way, if you're watching on the vertical stream, the horizontal stream is going at the same time. I'm actually gonna... Let me see if I can get a link to the horizontal stream to put in the vertical stream. Some people may not realize. I'm not sure if pinned messages even show up in this vertical streams. Oh my goodness. I don't know if my heart can handle this every eBay stream, Maniacal. The 20 gift sub jump scares are getting out of control. Old and Maniacal. He did it last stream and he did it again somehow. 20 more people on Twitch getting a free sub. That means no ads and you get emotes. Among other things. Thanks so much, Maniacal, as always. Maniacal's still living up to that name, boy. I knew I was in trouble when he started the stream by saying he was at a bar. Now we see what happens. $5 sub gifts is 25 on browser, 30 on mobile. Yeah, they charge a little more on mobile because of the stupid iOS fees. But thank you for doing that, for me to remind people that it actually costs a little bit more. Because some people out there may not know if they're on mobile. It's actually a pretty cheap copy of Need for Speed Most Wanted. Considering most other people right now are asking like at least $100 for this. Believe it or not. Not terrible. I'll link this seller in case somebody here is actually after Need for Speed Most Wanted. Yeah, the game stickers, the game crazy stickers, adds to the personality of the game. Yeah, you can't mention Neo Geo in this chat and not expect Maniacal to book a plane ticket to come see you. So be careful. If you say that you're selling something Neo Geo, you better start cleaning your house because Maniacal's going to show up within 24 hours. It's actually a pretty cool box. The only X-Files game I've ever played was the one on PS2. Which was okay. A little long. A little long-winded. But if you're a mega X-Files fan, I think it's a must-play. They ported this game to PlayStation, by the way. I'm not sure about the other platforms, but it's on PS4 and 5 now. This Tono-sama game. It's a wacky beat-em-up. They've been porting a lot of strange Super Famicom games and stuff to consoles lately. Curious what my holy grail would be. For all of games right now? Jeez. Yeah, honestly, it depends on the console. Probably Dino Park Tycoon on 3DO. Because that's pretty much unobtainable. And that's certainly the one game that would hold me back from ever having a complete 3DO collection. I have not played Fighters Mega Mix yet, no. Though somebody told me last week that you can play as the Daytona car, which is hilarious. I didn't know that. Freaking have a typo in the... I have a typo in the... I gotta repost that. Format, not gourmet. Why is this $400? PSVR Launch Employee Edition? It's a little weird to me that they'd make a controller for the PSVR like that. I don't know, just... You're not even going to be able to look at it while you're playing your PSVR. What a lame-looking controller, though. My goodness. Anybody a mega fan of Import Tuner Challenge? You can get a poster from GameStop. I struggled to play this Game Boy when it first came out. It's super slippery. You'll probably find some Neo Geo stuff in Japan. But just keep in mind, their prices will still be pretty brutal. Oh my god. I just love these bootleg plushes sometimes. Look at his... I don't even know what you'd want to call them. Quills or something. It's like he's going super knuckles. I always loved these. This was one of my favorite Sonic figures. It's just super accurate to the old character model. Old Sonic figures were actually really janky looking, but that one was pretty good. Looks like it's straight off the box. Then the old school Robotnik. Yeah, these didn't release in the US. These are from the UK, I believe. For these. It's hard for me to remember. I used to know all the history on these things. Cool Blooder's water bottle drinking bladder. Just when you think you've seen everything for promo items. I'm not sure I'd be drinking water out of that at this point, though. Just saying. Rebel Assault 2 water bottle. Man, they really wanted you to be hydrated while playing your games back in the day. Hello, Pepino. Oh, please, not with the... Don't start incorporating Arc Raiders into eBay now, please. Oh, that's cute. A PlayStation logo pillow. I want one of the original logo, though. Oh, look, a physical version of Ecstatica. This was a fun game. I streamed this for Horror Game Month 2 years ago. What an experience this was. A lot of good laughs from this game. I think my playthrough is up on YouTube. I can't remember if that's one of the ones I uploaded. Let me find out. It's possible I haven't uploaded that one yet. No, I don't think I did. Or maybe I feel like I did, though. I guess it isn't. I hope I didn't lose like a part of that VOD. Maybe that's why I never uploaded it. Or it could have been one of those VODs that has like 1,000 copyright problems. So I was just like, forget about it. Wait, what is this? Tomb Raider Action Adventure DVD, no console needed. It's one of those like play it on a DVD player games. Exciting new DVD game. You know, I've been interested in trying to collect some of these. Like play on your DVD games. You play it with your remote controller. How amazing must this be? Climb up, swing, jump, move right, dropped. Great. This looks amazing. It's based on Angel of Darkness. So don't hang around. Get everyone together. Pop the DVD into your DVD player. Prepare for action. Yeah, get Grandma in on the action too. And Grandpa. He'll be first in line. Some Lara Croft. Wow. I've seen this before. Bottle opener. Which is kind of lame. It doesn't even look like Stan. But now you get to see the full thing. Press kit. So the press kit is literally just a piece of paper, the bottle opener, and then a bottle with, I guess, like, I don't know what's inside. Let's find out. Press kit message in a bottle. They don't tell you what's in it. That's cool though. That's pretty rare. And I guess you'll never know because the collector and you will never want to pry this open to find out what's inside. Dear Michael. Personalized. If you would like to request a copy of Okage Shadow King, screenshots or box art, please fill out the enclosed fax. Oh my god. This definitely takes you back, boy. Just listen to this one more time. If you would like to request a copy of Okage Shadow King, if you wanted screenshots or box art for like your website or something, fill out the enclosed fax back form and fax it back to Daniel. If you have any questions or require further information, please contact Charlotte or me at the number below. Man, they were so accommodating to get you a copy of Okage Shadow King. Look at that letterhead. Man, the days of like old school press kits, it's so sad to see it fading. Now it's just like, yeah, you get a key to your email, big whoop. Look at what they used to do back in the day. Full color letterhead. I mean, look at this letterhead. That looks so cool. Looks great. You almost never see stuff like this anymore. Look at the little freebies they'd give you. Like, please give us a good review on our game, please. Look at all the free stuff we hook you up with. Oh, here's a game I'm interested in. Venus Vacation Prism. Dead or Alive Extreme. Now, there were a couple of these that came out around the same time. I can't remember which one this is. I think this is like the... Yeah, it's like a life sim or something. I mean, at the end of the day, who cares, right? It's dead or alive. On this island, the moment of love. Maybe for next Valentine's, I'll pick this up. On the Venus Islands, a land of everlasting summer, you meet 6 girls. As you interact with the girls as their boss, a variety of unique stories unfold. They forgot to space this. The heart-fluttering sensation of casual gestures. The thrill as you draw closer to your love interest. And the worry about which girl to choose. Are you ready to experience true romance on the islands of everlasting summer? Yes, I am. We never got a physical here for that. You'd have to import it. $125 for that, really? Mario collectors do not cease to amaze me sometimes. I streamed this game a long time ago. God, a voice calls out, awaken. I'm not sure if that's the official subtitle. Yeah, growth or de-evolution. This was actually really fun. Do any of you remember? Let's see if any of you remember. You would have had to be around way back in the day on Twitch. Do any of you remember why I wasn't able to continue playing this game? See if anybody here remembers. Test your knowledge of old streams. Yeah, most of you weren't around back then. There's only probably a select handful of you that could even attempt to recall. It had something to do with the translation. So essentially, I picked up a reproduction cart of that game right as they just translated it to English for the first time. And I thought it would be really cool to like, oh, let's stream the game in English using a reproduction cart. But apparently I bought the cart too soon because that English translation had a game-breaking glitch in it where healing items did not work. Essentially, healing items did not exist. You couldn't use them. And that's the only way to heal your characters. So I was trying to go through the game without ever being able to heal with healing items. And I'm like, well, gotta cut my losses. I couldn't continue it. So I have a physical cart of that game where you can't use healing items. So if you're ever looking for a challenge, just let me know. I'll hook you up. Never get a reproduction cart with an English translation too soon. Give it some time for them to patch the bugs out. Pretty obscure turn-based RPG though. It was pretty fun. It's very Earthbound-like actually, from like a thematic perspective. No, that won't convert me over to the dark side, platypus. Nope, I'll just have to one day rebuy the reproduction. This is what I hate about Japanese PS1 games now. Like, the problem I have with it is I used to pick these games up for like next to nothing. This was like an $8 to $10 game. What happened? What flip got switched? Nobody cares about Cal Colo on PS1. Just suddenly the people in Japan were literally just like, okay, is this an exclusive? Yes. Is it playable without knowing Japanese? Yes, because it's a puzzle game. Okay, let's increase the price by like 1,000%. That's their reasoning. That's essentially what they do. It's just... If you collected Japanese PS1 games many, many years ago, like you see these prices and you're just... It makes you not want to collect imports anymore. Because you know the prices are just like... That did not get there organically. That was manipulated. 100%. Heart of Darkness poster. If only posters were easier to display. This is a folded poster though, so this would have came from a magazine. Which makes it a little less desirable. Because I look at this and the first thing I think to myself is, okay, what were the origins of this poster? What magazine did it come in? And can you just buy the magazine cheaper than the poster? And in most cases, yes. The thing is, you'd have to do your research. So it comes from PlayStation Magazine. So just track that magazine down. And then voila, maybe you get the poster way cheaper. A custom Dreamcast for Half-Life. Well, you can't say they didn't put in some effort. That's pretty crazy looking, honestly. Definitely one of the better customs I've seen. I want to know the history of it, though. Where did it come from? Who did the work? This had to have come from a website or something, no? One feedback? I'm not sure I'd trust that. $5,000. It's too risky. We got back into collecting complete box Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance games. I wouldn't be too worried about Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance. It's the original Game Boy. That's the hard one. Someone on Reddit made a custom Metal Gear Solid PS2 with box. Yeah, when they're done well, they look awesome. Just a reminder, in case any of you were like stepping away and coming back or something. At the end of the stream tonight, I will be doing a special little members only segment for the YouTube members. So if you're a YouTube member, be sure to stick around for that. If you want to catch it live at least. Where I will be shopping for some games for myself on eBay. Instead of shopping for you guys. So you're welcome to pop over to the YouTube side of things. You know, I'll remind you guys at the end. If you want to migrate over from Twitch or something. Oh, look, here's all the plushes that we saw from earlier. The logo. Pillow with the button symbols. PS4, PS5 controller. The controllers are ugly. Let's just get the logos. I wish they'd make something like this for, like, original PlayStation. I don't want a PS5 controller pillow. Somebody's seriously selling a PlayAsia.com bumper sticker for $15. That's a stretch, boy. I don't know about that one. You'd have to be a mega fan of PlayAsia to buy something like that. Wow, check that out. Curse of Darkness messenger bag. It's actually pretty cool. I like what they did with the colors, like matching the bag color like that. That actually looks really slick. It's like a really nice messenger bag. Wow. I wonder what the origins of this were. Like, how did you get it originally? Doesn't say. Funkoland? There's always Funkoland stuff on eBay. but some of it's more rare than others. You'll always find the Funkaland sleeves and stuff. Freaking Blue Almanac. What did they call this? Star Odyssey when they ported it? Well, not ported it, but there was a reproduction from Super Fighter Team. I actually did a video for this game way back in the day. A video of just literally opening this out of the shipping box. Back in the day when you used to be able to do stuff like that and people would eat it up. Terrible game. Terrible game. This has level scaling. So not only is the encounter rate like every 3 steps you get into a random encounter, turn-based RPG, that I don't even think you can run away from, but as you level, the enemies level with you. So as you grind, there's no incentive to grind because things just get stronger with you. You never felt more powerful than the enemies that you encountered. I do not recommend that you ever play Blue Almanac, also known as Star Odyssey. I sold it. I got rid of it. I would never touch that game again. Oh, I've heard Zero Wing gets crazy. Yeah, I've heard. I've just dabbled in that game. I've never really committed to trying to beat it. You just play it for the meme and that's pretty much it. Is this 3D? Oh, it is. I love 3D DS games. It's probably way different from the console version too. I'll have to look into getting this. There's just something about 3D DS games that I like. Have I played any of the Dissidia games? I played them back as they first came out. So I played the first Dissidia on PSP, which was really cool. I mean, I'm pretty sure if you were a Final Fantasy fan back in the day, there was no way you were missing Dissidia. The controls, though, were rough. The controls were rough. That was the one thing that really held it back. It had a learning curve. Not sure I can help you out with that one. Zero M. Looks more like a Nerf Dreamcast. Oh, yeah, the Half-Life Dreamcast. I played the one that came out on console after, I forget what, Duodecim or whatever they called it. The first one that they released on like PS4. I enjoyed it. I'm just not hyper into the Dissidia games. I appreciate their presentation, their music, like what they're going for in those games. I just never get super into them. Oh, that's right. Isn't that you're playing that new Dissidia game that they released or whatever that has like the more street clothing or whatever, right, Echo? Forgot that was even a thing. Is that out in public yet, or is it still a beta release? Astrobot PS5 controller. It's actually kind of cute. But I don't really do limited controller releases. Yeah, gotcha fighting game is going to be very aggravating for sure. It's out now. How long has it been out for? Quite a bit, I would assume. Mega rare. It is indeed rare. It also is the best Spider-Man game ever made. I'll fight it to the grave. Because I'm biased. I did speedruns of this game. I actually really like it. I think it's a fun game. I can beat this game in 8 minutes. Which is saying something. 9 minutes? 8 or 9 minutes. Cool cover, though. It's definitely got one of the cooler covers out there for Spider-Man. Oh, it's only been out for a couple weeks. Yeah, I don't think I want to be getting into a mobile game right now. I think I just gotta ignore it. Is it a 1v1 game or is it like an arena fighter? This game had a PS2 version, I believe, but it was a PAL release that we never got in the US. Hype Time Quest. I think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure on that. Looks like something I'd like. A Zelda-like experience. Wow. Dazzling special effects. Truly breathtaking. This game could finally be the Zelda that PC owners have been waiting for. Damn, it says IGN. Are you serious? Can't spell ignorant without IGN. Maybe we should try it sometime and see if it's as good as Zelda. Hello, Cody. Honestly, Maniacal, I personally, I think it's better to just do the tier 1s. Just because it, I don't know, it just gives more emote and ad-free love to more people. The tier 3 is cool and all because, I don't know, you get the exclusive emotes, which makes people feel special, but... And it's worth an extra sub point at the end of the day. But... tier 1s just allow wider coverage. It's PvP VE, teams of 3 versus a boss. Oh, so it's like a... Wow, okay, so it's not what I was thinking. Teams of 3 versus a boss, and you kill the other team for resources. Do they have, like, support characters? I hate 3v3, though. That should be 4v4. So that way, if you play a support, you feel like you're actually supporting, like, multiple players instead of just 2. Anything I'm looking for specifically? No, we just browse generally. This was a really interesting game. An Apple Arcade mobile game ported to consoles. That's like a Space Harrier game. With crazy music. Like, the reason you play Air Twister is for the music. 100%. Wow, apparently Strictly Limited only made 500 copies of this? Damn. They ain't playing around with being limited. Even still, I would not really recommend paying $65 for that game. Buy it on sale digitally for $5 and see what you think. Controls are bad. Everyone is bad except Sephiroth, Cloud, and Zidane. Well, that sounds about right. They probably want you to get the fan favorites Do you have to gotcha for characters, or are you gotchaing for the gear? Have a good night, Ronan. See you next time. You lost a box of Super Nintendo Genesis, estimating $400 or more lost. Sonic 1, 2, 3. So you're saying you bought some Genesis games and they got lost in the mail? I'm not sure what you're saying. Or do you mean like you had a box of Genesis games but you can't locate it? Shoot 'em up game, huh? XG Blast. Wow. PAL exclusive, apparently. It actually doesn't look that bad. I'll say that cover was not giving me a good initial impression. Actually looks pretty cool. Any of you play this? XG Blast? Rising Star Games. Oh, they were actually known for releasing some decent stuff. Oh, it's not a PAL exclusive? Oh, right. They didn't say PAL exclusive here. Is it known as XG Blast in the US? Or does it have a different name? Same name? Yeah, I never... Doesn't ring a bell. Maybe if I saw the cover. Hello, Nick Kramer. Alright, let's see. Let's get ready to do affiliate. Oh, thanks, Dead Clouds. I like your profile picture, by the way. The Demons. That's a great movie. Demons is a really fun one. It's the one in the movie theater. Super fun. Thanks to the membership. Alright, let's do affiliate. It's a fairly short one again. Let's see if I can locate where I put the thing. Here it is. Alright, this is between March 29th and April 4th. Oh my goodness. Aphil? I'm not even sure what that means. Old and maniacal with 10,000 bits. I mean, I know he was asking about 10,000 bits earlier, but you never actually expect him to get that maniacal. Hey, thanks so much, maniacal. Really, really appreciate it. He's gone absolutely off the deep end tonight, boy. What the heck is Affle? I used to have a tradition where when someone donated that amount of bits, we'd watch the Gem Mint 10 video. Sadly, though, because I multi-stream on YouTube now, I can't really do it because of the stupid copyright stuff. But I could probably show a clip. See if I can get it. It's been so long since we've watched that. Let's see, Gem. I don't even know if I can find the original video. Damn, I searched for it and it's just all freaking Pokemon videos of people talking about Gem Mint 10 cards. I can't even find it. There's too many Pokemon videos on YouTube. Oh my goodness. Thanks, Crowded Shelf. Thank you for the Prime sub. What was it? Was it Home Shopping Network? Wait, is this it? Here it is. 10 years ago. Back when I first started showing people this video, it only had like 1,000 views. Now it's up to 18,000. Yeah, it's a half an hour video. Unfortunately, we can't do a half an hour video, but we'll skip around to remember the good times. If I keep the music going in the background, it might help with the copyright. I just don't want like to run into any issues with this.
Betty Lee, welcome back to Shop at Home. Also, welcome back to the only place on the globe to get the most collectible thing on the globe, and that is Pokemon PSA graded cards. I've got Ken Golden on the phone. He is the maven, I can say. He is the man that can.
So this is back in 1999. They were selling graded Pokemon cards on Home Shopping Network on TV.
Kenny, are you there?
Yes, I am, Betty.
Well,
Thank you.
Kenny, what we've got now, I don't even know how to begin. This is the granddaddy
Of them all.
Look at it. We have got the Neo Promo PSA Gem Min set. We have got a set that nobody can get in the United States, and we've got it graded.
And in fact, just to make sure people don't have misunderstanding, if we can take out the word promo and call it the Neo PSA 10 Gem Min set, because I want, some people have a different understanding. I want to make sure.
All right, so like this is them introducing it. For half an hour, they try and sell this. Poor Betty has no idea what's going on.
To get $10,000 for the set. Do you realize, Betty, that in the world of Pokemon, this is the rarest commodity that exists? Do you realize, Betty, that in the world of Pokemon,
How does this video not have 1 million views?
the world has this item? Only 25 exist.
18
Oh man, people. I gotta tell you something right now. Honestly, this is a deal. Forget putting it away for the future. This is instant money now. You're paying $109 a card.
This is $1,000, by the way, back in
Betty,
1999.
do me a favor. Do me a favor.
Don't put away for your kid's future.
Now, look at this right now. There is somebody, I don't know if you have this, says Neo set of 8. There's somebody that was selling 8 Neo cards. Pokemon items in the future. We've sold some in the past, we'll sell some in the future. I hope one day to all
I'm trying to find one of the classic lines.
owns every card, including the rarest of the rare. Let me put this in perspective. There exists probably 1,000 Charizards to every one of these Gem Min 10 sets. Again,
So this was like a...
guaranteed Gem Min 10. The Chikolito.
I love when he goes through naming all the cards, and then Betty at the end is like, "Hold on, the Oberafu, whatever she says, like she knows what she's talking about."
Guaranteed Gem Min 10. The Bakufun. Guaranteed Gem
It's like a Neo set from like Files or whatever. They're actually really common cards back then, but just because they graded them, they're trying to sell them as like something super rare.
holy ground we are treading on right now. I sometimes refer to an item as the holy grail of a category of a sport. You know something? The most valuable baseball card in existence is a T206 Honus Wagner. The last one that was graded near mint or better. That as you hear the sound of my voice, if we do not watch and see people that have already verified...
It's just 30 minutes of them screaming to buy these Pokemon cards.
$6,000 to $10,000 for the item. It is the rarest item. Actually, you know something? It's the rarest item I've ever presented on the air of any category. Any category.
You know why? Because this is the future, and you already know that it's got this kind of value on it.
Well, I mean, she ain't lying.
Future. I mean,
And I'm just
obviously.
going to ask Keith one question, if you can pick me up for 1 second.
All right, Keith, go ahead. Everyone, I want to say this. Kenny will often say to you, when you kind of figure out how much you're paying.
They start getting really desperate towards the end.
Do not believe.
They start asking you to buy like multiple of them.
Prototype card prototype card that is listing of any category.
I gotta hear the Nintendo part.
You can't find this in Japan.
Oh, this is
That you have
this
the
part.
chance of one day finding it someplace else. I will never be able to say this again. You will never be able to find this anywhere for under 10,000, for under 20,000, for the complete Gem Mint 10 set unless they buy it from Shop at Home today and today only. And I need to point out.
You can't find this in Japan.
Yeah, one's a vertical stream, one's a horizontal stream, Mike.
That's what I mean.
You can't even find it in Japan.
Nowhere.
They're Japanese cards.
1 minute clock on this, and then we're going to be sold out. And I want to tell everybody, you have restored the volume of callers that are buying.
He's restored his faith in humanity.
In humanity, and everybody's out there. I've always said, now listen.
I haven't seen this video in like a year or two, and I still remember all the bangers.
I am an expert. I understand the value. I know. Listen, the only thing that I'm upset about right now is that I actually could, because of this opportunity, I actually could have gone to the vendor and say, listen, don't send it, sell it at $9.99.
I'm not sure what the heck these would be worth now, to be honest. Now, who knows? Probably actually quite a bit. But when we tried to figure this out years ago, they were maybe worth like $2,000. Now it's probably way more.
I got a new baby, 2-week-old baby Laura. Okay.
What's her name?
Ignored.
I probably could have bought a lot of diapers with that money.
Betty got ignored.
It's disappointing.
She asked what the baby's name was, and he's just like, back to business.
Because the people that are going to profit, the people that are going to make the money, are the shop-at-home customers. And that's what we're here for.
Well, you know, Kenny, I'm going to say something, and I want to say it to Keith, too. When I saw this item, I said, Keith, I'm nervous. The item is worth more than anything we are offering, and it's almost laughable. But I'm nervous on this. This is $999.
They're nervous because they still haven't sold all 25 of them.
I'm going to tell you something. I am blown away. The audience always tells us what they want and what direction we should go in. This has been
When is the Nintendo comment coming? I think it's coming up soon.
My hat is off to you, boy.
It's the best one.
You guys are just unreal.
Unless we
It
bypassed
is.
it.
I know that it's worth way more than fully in Japan yet. This is not in Japan, guys. PSA graded. We are the only.
She did clarify.
This
She
is
said PSA graded, but she would not be wrong.
like Kenny says, just turn around, try and try your hand. Try to go into a store and
Oh,
say,
my God, Betty, I hate to cut you off, but I just
What?
did something.
She's
My
pissed.
father was a statistician professor, and I
Okay, here
pointed this out.
it is. I think this is the best part.
My father was a statistician professor.
Statistician
and I
professor.
pointed this out. Let's say, for example, that 1 out of every 1,000 of these cards gets graded a Gem Mint 10.
Right?
Okay? 1 out of 1,000, which
right.
is about the rate. Do you know what the odds are of putting together a complete Gem Mint 10? And I can't calculate it because my calculator does not go that high, but I want someone out there at Shop at Home
All right,
Land
what?
to do it on their computer and let me know. This is 1,000 to the 9th power, which means the odds of somebody putting this together on their own, of ever getting it, is 1,000.
Times 1,000, 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 times 1,000.
I believe the odds, I may be misplacing
1 billion to 1.
but are probably in excess of 100 billion.
Excuse me, 100 billion to 1.
That is remarkable. And again, that's how I can sit here and proudly tell you that you will never be able to buy
This is one of the greatest
You will never
videos on the internet. It's so underrated.
together on your own. You will never find this. No matter, I don't care if you're Mr. Pokemon. I don't care if your name is
Hagarashi Nintendo.
Nintendo, and your father owns Nintendo, which starts Pokemon. This is not available for sale, and will
It's the
never
best
be
one.
available for sale ever again, and anywhere else in the world. That is
Hagamurashi Nintendo.
the only presentation we will ever make. Anybody who buys it from here on out will be buying it from a Shop at Home customer, and I want you to send me emails. Send Betty emails. At
Spam Betty.
Let her know what you get for your sets. Because I know
Somebody should email Betty now and let her know.
one of these sets tonight will generate over $10,000 when they resell it. I know it because there are
Yeah, you
people
just
out there
gotta wait like
who are
27
watching
years.
the show and who don't know we exist, and when they see this set, they will not be able to contain. There have been Pokemon items that have sold. I've seen them on the networks over $100,000. This is the greatest,
Well, it's aged well.
most limited and rarest item
He saw the
that
future.
anybody can ever sell in Pokemon. Every single card in this set is a
Every
perfect
single
diamond
solitary
set.
card. That's another good quote from earlier, but we didn't watch the whole video.
This is the blockbuster of the night. It is
The blockbuster of all time.
And as I said, we've done Mark McGuire the day he hit the home run. Whatever's happened, I have never seen our phones like this. Please, everybody, stay on the line for it. We are coming back with more Pokemon, but we are moving away from this.
Such a great video. Anyway, thank you to Old and Maniacal. It is a tradition we have on the channel. Over the years, anytime someone donates 10,000 bits, we watch that video. Some amazing lines in there. Some of my bit notifications are... If you ever hear someone donate bits and like you hear Betty or Ken screaming about Pokemon cards, that's the origin video. Hey, thanks, Inconsiderate. Thank you for the considerate resub on Kick. The Kick resubs. Always love to see him. Thank you, Inconsiderate. Where were we? Oh, yes. Huge Sims PC game lot of Sims 2 and Sims 3 expansions and stuff. 20 plus games. The heck? Last week people are buying Jenko jeans and now we got people buying Sims collections? The heck is happening? Can you donate 10,000 and never hear it again? No. No. We can never shut out Betty and Ken. Ah, what? They won't let me see the original listing? That's a shame. I hate it when they do that. I was curious to see what you got. Victini Black Star promo. The granddaddy of them all. Pristine 10, 170. Somebody is collecting CGC Pristine cards. I don't know what happened. Sadly, it seems like CGC Pristine 10s have started to catch on. That means I won't be able to ever get any of those much anymore. Suddenly, people are collecting them out of nowhere. The label's awesome, though. It's also a pretty nice Victini. Still like my older Pokemon cards, but that's a nice one. Art book illustration. Do I just take the chance? Oh no, because the next thing is the Doshinji art book. You never know with these. I gotta check this one first. I see. Yeah, that could flag some AI stuff on YouTube, that's for sure. Well, I'll post a link in chat for inquiring minds. I'll check the next one. Ooh, they don't even show you the cover for this one. Oh, okay, it's hidden. They don't show you on the first image. And that is because, something's slipping out in this one. Alright. Okay. I'll link this one for people that, you know, may also be interested in seeing what this one may be. Should I check the third one? I'll check the third one, you know, just for research purposes. You never know. This one could be alright. Okay. Alright, it's not as bad as the other one. But I won't link it. Thank you to the art book collector. Art book. McDonald's Muppet Babies Happy Meal box is a lot of 3. See? Let's change the subject onto a different type of item. These are all items bought by people using my affiliate link, by the way. So people in my community have bought these items. In case you're wondering, if you've never seen this before, what affiliate review is. I think the retro vintage Happy Meal stuff is kind of neat. I know there's some collectors out there for this kind of stuff. Pretty cheap, pretty innocent thing to collect. There's a lot of McDonald's stuff out there. CVS Health Sugar-Free Nicotine Lozenge. Cherry Mini flavor. Expires in February 2026. You better get on that. Got that discounted price. Professor Layton and the Curious Village and Nintendo DS case manual only, no game. Yeah, probably pretty smart to pick that up now because that new Professor Layton game is coming out soon. I'm sure some of you may have seen that. Oh, I think I might have missed a resub a minute ago. Heaven Gardens. Trying to get that accent out. Thanks for that resub for 5 months. And thank you to MTO for becoming a member on YouTube. Hopefully you can stick around for the bonus at the end of the stream. Super Mario Galaxy Movie original DS movie poster. Oh, is that the one that... Is this the one that I was looking at? That they didn't give me? Messed up. All the people in front of me get it. I get up there. Okay, no, it's not the same one. This is a much nicer poster. Oh, I forgot to turn this back up. Much nicer than the other one they were giving out at AMC. It is so weird though how some characters are on this poster, like Birdo, and they're in the movie for like 15 seconds. Parasol Henby Super Famicom NES. Sounds very familiar. Henby? Oh, yeah, that character. There's a version of this on the Game Boy that's actually, like, stupid rare. I don't think I've seen the Famicom version. Oh yeah, Rhythm Heaven getting a release date. Wish it was coming sooner. $40 for the digital version, physical. Hopefully it'll get a physical. But I'm excited for it. We need more Rhythm Heaven in this world. It's a great series. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like it didn't track it. Does it usually track your stuff, Maniacal? Is this the first thing it didn't track for you? It looks like it's having a hard time tracking in general. The past few weeks, it's been pretty late on the affiliate things. It's possible eBay like changed things on their end or something. Who knows? It's rough. Do you have the link bookmarked, or do you like physically click on a link? And did your kid like the Mario movie? Seems like a hit with the kids. Metro Last Light for the 360, $6. Vintage Emerson 13-inch CRT DVD combo for 180. It's been quite a few TVs being bought with affiliate lately. Just crazy that we live in a world where a little TV like this is $180 now. You couldn't even give these kind of things away back in the day. Thrift stores would just be littered with them. It's a cute one though, especially with the DVD player. Bookmark, which is why I got your shoes a couple weeks ago. Okay. First time at a theater for Mario? Oh, that must have been fun. Stephen King Thinner. I saw the movie. Back in the day. I remember it being a decent movie. I remember the cover. The cover's cool for the film. And somebody bought Knight's Contract. Maybe because we... Oh, maybe not. It's just the manual. I was going to say we briefly talked about Knight's Contract a little last week. Well, let me know. If you continue to buy stuff with that affiliate link, Maniacal, and it stops tracking, we may need to think of a different way. Like, you might have to try clicking a link that isn't a bookmark and see if that fixes it. It's possible... Maybe they've stopped tracking through people that have it bookmarked. You guys will have to let me know. If any of you had your stuff show up on here and you have my affiliate link bookmarked, let me know. But if your stuff isn't showing up and you have my link bookmarked, maybe they've like got rid of the ability to just use a bookmark and have a track. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe they had an update. Well, no, the link here won't be the same. The affiliate link it's always going to be a small little link that immediately redirects to eBay.com. So, let's see. This command will only work on Twitch. There's this one. That's like a longer version, and then there's a shorter one. I don't know if I still have this command. Well, what I can do is let me see if it'll let me make a brand new affiliate link right here. So that's a fresh one that I just made in chat. That one that I just posted. Is that different from the other one? The numbers are a little different. Try bookmarking that one. It's a fresh link that I just made. Maybe it'll fix your situation. If that doesn't work, then they may have updated it so that it doesn't track things that are on bookmark anymore. I don't know. I know Bovine has it bookmarked and it's been tracking his like LCD games. Affiliate's been wonky. It used to track literally everything. Like, affiliate used to be 100 items long. And then they changed something on their end that, honestly, I think robs money from people that use their affiliate link. Because people tell me all the time, I'm in a unique situation, right? Like, you got to think about how many people that are, like, bloggers and stuff, and they post affiliate links. And they're just assuming that, oh, okay, that's all people bought with my affiliate link. I'm in a unique situation where I literally sit here with the people that are telling me they use the affiliate link and we look through the affiliate list. So I'm like a wrench in eBay's plan where like I see through what's tracking and not tracking, and they obviously don't intend that. Because something's happened like several years ago where the tracking, they changed something on their end and there were a lot of people complaining on like their message boards for affiliate stuff that like their affiliate stuff was like halved. Because the tracking got worse. It just seems like it gets worse and worse over time. Sometimes it works for people, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it never works for certain people. Sometimes it always works. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't. It's messed up. I just hate that people like still take the time to do it and it doesn't track. Like it should honestly track every time you use it, but we'll never get the answers probably. You stopped bookmarking a while ago. It's the only method you've used the past few years. Oh, really? Okay, so if your purchase is tracked since you used my start page link. Were you the one that bought the Jenko jeans fashion? We gotta find the Jenko jeans buyer. Okay, so it seems like the people that are having their stuff track physically click on my affiliate link. Maybe the people that have it bookmarked, maybe one of their recent updates has made that unreliable. Or just flat out not work anymore. And always on desktop. Yeah, never do it on mobile. No ad blockers, yep. Okay, so fashion, not the Jenko jeans purchaser. We'll find him. We'll get him. Thank you, Ponzi. Thanks for joining as a member on YouTube. Ad blocker can be an issue, yes. We always recommend turning off ad blocker. Because it's a redirect, it's a link redirect, and sometimes ad blockers can cause problems with that. Because you're clicking a link and it's quickly redirecting you somewhere else. So your ad blocker may be conflicting with thinking it's like a spam link or something. So yeah, if I were you, if you plan on buying something crazy like Neo Geo games in the future, Maniacal, come to my Twitch page, click the About section, and just like, you'll see my affiliate link on my About page, and click that manually. And make sure ad blocker's off before you click it. And that should hopefully work. And that goes for anybody else that maybe has tried, hasn't had their stuff show up. Just make sure you're never doing it on a mobile device. That's one sure way to make sure it's potentially going to work. No, the link is static on there. It's been the same on my About section for years at this point. What was the best affiliate item this week? The art books. The art books. Yeah, Bovine will come into my chat. Like, 'cause you can go into my Twitch chat when I'm offline and just type in !eBay and the link will pop up. And then click that. There's different ways you can do it. Do I ever plan on streaming Yakuza games? People ask me about Yakuza all the time, but no, I have no plans. Personally, I don't think they're good streaming games. They're too long, they're too story-oriented. They're just not something I would stream. Or play in my free time. Ali and AJ. Who the heck is that? Are we supposed to know who these girls are? Minigame compilation. It's a 2000 Disney show. Okay. Not familiar with it. Hello Heidi, I'm doing alright. How was my DS collection? I'm very happy with my DS collection. I collected for the DS a lot while it was new and relevant. Like, as games would come out, I would just pick them up, so it was curated from the beginning. The fun thing about DS is so many games were like $20, $30, brand new as they came out, so it was just a fun little affordable console to collect for. But I've got a lot of, obscure, fun exclusives on there. I'd like to get back into doing some DS streams. Hopefully my game capture 3DS still works. Then I gotta ask Bovine for the link to the freaking software for that again, because it's not on this PC. Hopefully it still works okay. The Katsu Kitty software. I'm always so nervous about that 3DS. It's like, because the modding job on that, it's a very delicate process. One little thing lifts up inside of there, it's over. See if the disc is all cracked on this. Wow. The discs are always all cracked on this. It's pretty rare to find one that isn't. Must have been a later printing or something. First time I saw it, I thought it was part of the design. You had a 3DS XL die on you a couple years ago. See, now you're making me more nervous. Now that I think about it, I haven't charged that 3DS in a long time. It makes me a little nervous. I forget, does 3DS XL use a proprietary specific charger, or can I get away with using like one of the older 3DS chargers? Any 3DS charger, okay. I always get nervous with some of my old consoles, like the FM Towns Marty. I've been scared to turn that thing on for like the past 8 years. Because I'm always afraid it's gonna be dead, and I'd rather just not know. The lithium batteries, yeah. Could always have the battery changed. I could. But you're talking to somebody that procrastinates big time on that kind of stuff. It was always so funny to me that they actually made like somewhat recent Three Stooges games on like PS1 and Game Boy Advance. It's like, were people really still into... I mean, Three Stooges are classic, but were people really into the Three Stooges that much in this time period to warrant video games? I don't think we're ever going to see any Three Stooges video games ever again. I used to play a little bit of the one on NES, if I remember it, when I was a kid. It's just one game ported all over. Oh, so that's the same freaking game. Well, that makes sense. This feels pretty cheap for this. There's got to be a problem with it. They're telling you to read. Because this game, as you can see, is usually closer to 70. Front of the disc, no marks, scuffs. Back of the disc has light scratches and marks visible in the picture provided. Oh, yeah, I see him. Looks like Godzilla took his claw and just like scratched. Yeah, the most obscure stuff that I've probably collected over the years would definitely be my CDI collection. I'm pretty proud of my CDI collection. I have almost every like playable kind of decent game, quote unquote, that you would want on that thing, except for Zelda's Adventure. I only have a burnt disc of that. I don't have the physical, like, original copy. CDI has got some fun stuff, but you really got to do your research before you start buying for that thing. I looked into the N64 version of Revolt versus like Dreamcast, and there's even a PS2 version, I think, from PAL. Then there's a PS1 version, I think. Most people say just play the Dreamcast version. You could, if you play the PC version, you could still play this online against other players, apparently. I think. The N64 version has a unique course and unique music that is only in this version of the game. So if you're a Revolt aficionado, there might be a reason to pick up the N64 version. CDI consoles still work. They're pretty hefty consoles. There's different models. The most obscure system I have, like, my collection for it isn't robust, but it's definitely my most obscure console. It's the Funtech Super A-Can. I have like 3 games for that, I believe. And then another pretty obscure one is the Supervision cassette what is it called? Bovine knows what I'm talking about. Supervision. No, not the Supervision. Oh my god, what is it called? The one that's like a Super Cassette Vision. There you go. It's close enough. Yeah, I love this console. Oh my god, no way. The prices they're asking on these games is disgusting now. Gotta be kidding me. Thank goodness I bought games for this thing when I did. No, those can't be the actual selling prices. It looks like the prices have, like, doubled. Here it is. It's a great console. They're just, the games are so colorful and they feel like they're straight out of Japan. Like, the games are just so cute. It's like a cross between an NES and a ColecoVision is the best way to put it. And it has an exclusive Dragon Ball game on it too. Not a lot of sold listings for it lately. That's it. Here it is here, just the cart and the manual. Yeah, buying 360 games that you can't play backwards compatible. Probably a good idea to focus on those ones before the backwards compatible. Because everybody's focusing on the backwards compatible ones right now. This was the one that they remade and ported to WiiWare, right? Was it Castlevania Adventure... Rebirth Adventure, was it called, or something? Or was it a different Castlevania that they did? Such a cool art. Rebirth, yeah. I really enjoyed that Rebirth version of this game. That was really fun. Great graphics, great music. I really like that one, and then Castlevania Chronicles, the remix version on Chronicles. Of the X6800 version. That's one of my favorite Castlevanias. It was just the right difficulty. It was difficult, but not too difficult. Beatable in one sitting. Great music. I feel like that's probably the least played Castlevania game for most people. Chronicles. You never hear anybody talk about Chronicles. Also Rebirth. Rebirth Adventure. Adventure Rebirth. Have you seen how much the Family Guy games on 360 go for? I have not. No. I guess it's starting to pick up because of games like The Simpsons and Futurama games getting pricing. I have not played the Bloodstained games. If I ever feel like playing a Castlevania game, though, like a newer one, I'm probably just going to wait for that new one to come out. I'm pretty distanced from Metroidvania games these days. Like, I'm very picky when I decide to try one of those. I've just fallen out of enjoyment with that genre over the years. I was super into it in the Xbox Live Arcade days, when like the revival was first starting to happen. But now I'm just kind of over them. I'm not into them as much. $51 for a bouncer. I'm just gonna double check and make sure the price on this isn't going up right now. It used to be sitting around 30. Well, it used to be like 15 to 20. Then it went up to like 30. Then it was like 40-ish. Let's see what it is, though. Price was kind of all over the place for this. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, it's still selling for like $25, $30. But it does seem like more and more people are starting to ask in that $40 range. Anytime I see something like this, I check. Because you never know. The game could be going up in price, like right now. Double in price overnight. Sometimes things like that happen. Cell damage. I just like to remind people with cell damage. Because a lot of people think they've played cell damage, but you have not. And I'll tell you why. Because the only version of cell damage that you should be playing is the GameCube or the Xbox version. If you have played any other version, you have not played cell damage. So that means if you played the PAL PS2 version, also known as Cell Damage Overdrive, or you've played the HD release, which is an embarrassment, you've played a half-assed version of Cell Damage. The reason being, only the GameCube and the original Xbox version in the US feature what made Cell Damage special, which is one-hit kills with cartoony-style death animations. When they ported it to the PS2, which only had a PAL version, they removed the cartoon violence. I guess they deemed it too graphic, ridiculous. I don't really know the story behind it. Because some of the kills were kind of, you know, like you're chopping people in half with a cleaver. The cars would like float down, like, you know, like an old school cartoon. So in the PAL PS2 version, they added a life bar. So you're no longer one-hit killing everybody with cool cartoony style death animations. Super unique and fun. Instead, now when you kill an opponent, they just puff into a cloud of smoke and that's it. Gone are the awesome animations. And then when they ported Cell Damage to HD consoles, you know, at Cell Damage HD, they based it off the stupid Overdrive version with the health bars and the clouds of smoke. Which sucks, because the HD version looks amazing, but it's the wrong version of the game. So I just like to let people know that once in a while, because I love Cell Damage. I think it's one of the greatest looking cell shaded games of all time. Like, it looks incredible. The graphics still hold up. But I highly advise you to play the GameCube or the Xbox version and no other version, because Cell Damage is so unique. Imagine a car combat game with one-hit kills. It's very, very unique, right? So you're like driving around with a giant axe, and if you hit somebody, they get chopped in half. If you hit somebody with, okay, the machine gun takes a few bullets, but it's still very quick. Baseball bats. I mean, it's just a goofy, wacky, fun game. One of my favorite car combat games from that time. If you play the right version. Because I don't think a lot of people are aware of those version differences. So if you like Soul Damage and you played one of the bad versions, you'll really like the original version. Have you seen the Mario 40th boxes at Best Buy? No. I haven't been in a Best Buy in a long time. Can't remember the last time I went into that. Why? What is a Mario 40th box? Best Buys now are just like a giant vendor, like cell phone vendor, and they're super lame to go into these days. It's just like a place where the companies rent a space to send their employees to badger you about like buying their product at this point. Yeah, appliances. All appliances. Cell phones. Yeah, no music, no movies. There might be like a little tiny kiosk with some music and movies. Still need to play this game, Lord of the Rings Tactics. Looks like the kind of game that probably got bad reviews at the time, but is probably super fun now. Who wouldn't want to play a tactics game at Lord of the Rings at this point? These are the kind of games we should be getting for Lord of the Rings now, instead of constantly making games that get cancelled because they're too ambitious. Let's just get some nice, simple Lord of the Rings games. Not based on the new material. Put that asterisk in there. Thanks, Mogi Mogi. Thank you for that resub. 14 months. $10,000 for Earthbound. Yeah, I don't know about that. Might be a little ambitious on that price. Let's look up RPG. See who's using the RPG tag. RPG, but minus Mario. Otherwise, we'll get way too many Marios. Just a reminder, if you're watching on the vertical stream, there is a horizontal stream. If you prefer the horizontal stream, you just got to go to my channel and just click the other eBay link. Or I think it should be pinned in the comments. I don't know how pins work on vertical. Looks like Lost Soul Aside is coming down in price. This will be nice and cheap come Black Friday. Can't wait. It's going to be like $9.99, $14.99. Perfect time to swoop in. Pick it up. The HD release of Sacred 2 is such a travesty. Just imagine, this game had online multiplayer at launch. Right? I think it supported up to 6 players, 8 players on the same map or something like that. I think it was like 6 players. They release it again, and they remove the online multiplayer. Like, hello? That was half the fun of Sacred 2. Fallen Angel, I should clarify because there's another Sacred 2 now. Great game, but they ruined that HD release. It also had apparently a lot of problems with like lag and other things. Girls RPG Cinder Life. I'm only clicking on this because they keep popping this up on here. No back of the box. I'm also going to ask, because I'm just curious how the algorithm works on vertical. Is there anybody watching the vertical like shorts stream that is new here? Or are all of you like existing viewers that already know about my eBay streams? I'm just curious, like, if they're recommending this out to new people or not. Because I feel like we haven't cracked that barrier yet. I think right now it's only recommending to people that know my channel already. Hopefully we'll get there. Okay. But did you find my stream on the horizontal version or the vertical version? Like, are you on the shorts version, Halos? It looks like you're on the horizontal version. Is there anybody in the vertical shorts stream that is new? Because that's what I've been testing lately to see if that does anything. Just popped in, so let me scroll past your listings. What was it? Better be a good price. Don't make me go back there and find it. Elder Scrolls Swords end support in June. I didn't even know people were still playing it. It's a new thing I'm trying, Phoenix, yeah. And it is definitely detrimental to the algorithm if it doesn't work out. Right? Like for some people it works out and it's beneficial, which is why I'm keeping a close eye on the statistics of it. Because right now it's taking people from my mainstream and like they're watching in the vertical stream, so essentially it's like hindering the mainstream. But it would be worth it for me if the vertical stream attracts new people that are in the shorts feed. That's my goal. So I'm giving it a limited amount of time to see if it actually starts recommending it to new people, and if it doesn't, there won't be any more vertical streams. Because there's no benefit to the vertical streams then. But I've looked into it a lot, like I've read up a lot of things when it comes to multi-streaming on both, and it can be worth it if the algorithm like recommends it out to new people. If it doesn't, then it's not worth it. RPG Maker 2. I'm actually very captivated by these PS2 RPG Maker stream or games. I'm holding back with all of my power to not play these right now until I finish my normal RPG Maker game. I think this would be really fun to try and make something in. Sure, it would take forever though. You never know, maybe it actually wouldn't be that bad. The only way to tell if one's vertical over the other is clicking into the stream, and obviously the view count. I mean, at the end of the day, I could put vertical on the thumbnail, which maybe I'll start doing in the future. When the vertical stream ends, though, I just hide it. I don't make it public. I only keep it live, and then when the stream ends, the stream is gone. So when the VOD is up, there's no two VODs. That would be confusing. Thanks, Maniacal. Thank you for hooking up Trekkie. Trekkie always appreciates those sub gifts. I've always wanted to try Dragoneer's Aria, but if I understand it, this is a pretty lengthy game. Cool cover, though. Time to pass out. The gym comes early. Well, good luck at the gym. Thank you again, Maniacal, for the support tonight. Always appreciated. Thank you again for the sub gifts and the bits. Thank you for making our eBay streams a little more special each week. Have a good night. How's the game coming? I was finally getting like the creative itch and working on the game again off stream, and then I got hit with grand jury duty for a month. And then I couldn't work on it for a month, and then I lost the creative spark again, so now I gotta try and get back into it. Yeah, timing was terrible. I was finally, like, working on it on my PlayStation Portal again, having fun with it. And now that the weather's getting nice with spring, it's going to be even harder to convince myself to sit inside and play RPG Maker, you know? Unless I just, like, bring my Portal with me and go sit in a park or something. That'll feel less bad. I could always, like, as long as I have a way to connect it online. Be a lot of hoops I'd have to jump through, though. Probably be a terrible connection. Man, I'm still pissed that we never really got Wizardry games. For all these handheld versions of Wizardry, we never got any of them. All we got was freaking Wizardry Labyrinth of Lost Souls or whatever on PS3, which was okay. Digital only game. We got slated on so many Wizardry and Wizardry-like games in the US. It's unbelievable. Oh, you're actually playing Dragon Age Aria right now? How are you liking it? Well, the thing about jury duty versus grand jury duty, jury duty is a lot easier to get out of because the pool of people they'll take is smaller, and they'll interview you, right? So like usually you're gonna find a reason to have a way to get out of it based on your answers. Usually it's hard to find the perfect candidate. Grand jury duty, they don't give a crap about what you say. You just get pretty much thrown into a hat, and unless you got like the best excuse known to man, you're gonna be in it. And the jury pool is higher for who they pick. So, like, the selection process, it's harder to have a good way of getting out of it. You'd pretty much just have to argue that you'd lose your way of living, or you're caring for somebody that you can't leave for extended periods of time. If you don't have either of those, you're pretty much in. No, grand jury duty, you cannot speak about anything. The process is pretty much... Because grand jurors are overseeing cases that are not yet going to trial. So you can't talk about it because those cases are still sort of like pending. And apparently you can never talk about it either. So it's just one of those boring things. Can't really talk about what cases I had. This definitely looks like it's based on some kind of anime that I am not familiar with. Turn-based RPG, though. Which really doesn't look that bad. Any of you ever heard... Is this a show or something? Gaoten Ningen Bat Sealer? That translation's not right. Can't be. That doesn't look like Bat Sealer. Definitely looks like a show, though. Chronicle of Dungeon Maker 2. RPG Maker has competition, apparently. What a cool cover. I don't think this is actually an RPG Maker kind of game, though, is it? Oh, wait, we got this in the US. What did they call this here? I forget what this was called here. I believe we actually got this. Wasn't it just called like Dungeon Explorer, Dungeon something? It was an anime with 52 episodes. Well, it looks like a pretty competent turn-based RPG. I'll have to try and remember to look into that. Game Boy Color, like a Game Boy Color game from Japan would not be that hard to get through with rough translations. Xenogears, Legaia. There was a copy of Legaia earlier in the stream bidding, getting ready to end for over $100. Legend of Dragoon, Chrono Cross, Jade Cocoon. It's actually a cool lot. No manual for Xenogears, no manual for Dragoon. Yeah, some people, like if you have a job that will pay you while you're at jury duty, some people want jury duty. They just view it as like time off while getting paid. Depends heavily on what kind of job you have, whether or not you hate it or like it. Some people love it. Cindy Bed? Can't say I'm familiar with that. Wow, it looks cool. Cindy Bed. Arabian Fantasy RPG? I'm gonna look up if this had a US equivalent. Japan only, I think. Based on Legend of Sinbad the Sailor. I mean, it looks like your typical PC Engine turn-based RPG. I feel like it would depend heavily on the battle music. Let's see if somebody is kind enough to have uploaded the track. Nope. A little too obscure. Shadowbane? An online game from 2003? Not sure I'm familiar with that. What's the problem with playing Final Fantasy XI and such? You just missed out on the world of all these other games. Anybody ever play Shadowbane? Physically affect the terrain, buildings, politics, and history of Shadowbane and discover the first MMO with a truly dynamic world. Use a deep multi-classing system to create unique combinations of professions, classes, skills, fighting styles. It's so sad because now it's like, man, people would kill for an MMO that's something like this. And now they're all gone, pretty much. check one thing real quick. All right, we'll set it to 1 hour from now. We'll do the member stream. So I think it'll actually have like a little countdown so people know when it starts. Now, do you guys on the YouTube side see? Okay, there we go. They're showing it now. It's never used that feature before. Hold on, I better like set a reminder. Set an alarm 55 minutes from now.
Okay.
When I do a member stream for eBay, that's usually when I look for stuff for myself, like I did the last time. Look for streaming games. I'm not sure if Bloom works with the watch. Pokemon Go will pretty much just tell me when an egg is ready to hatch and like when your Pokemon are defeated from the gym. Just like the basic notifications that you'd get to your phone can be sent to the watch, but you can't actually take your watch and go walking with it, unfortunately, to catch Pokemon. This is a pretty interesting game because it's not a first or third person shooter. This is like a top-down isometric game. As you can see. Something a little different. Some people are really into these. Was this one of the games that came up from my roulette? Didn't I like struggle with this game and immediately it got skipped or something? I feel like I played that. Combat Elite. Kingdom Hearts 1. I don't know. Sure, one day I'll give it a chance, but Kingdom Hearts feels like the kind of game I'd have to be forced into playing at this point. But I would have to immediately follow it up with the sequel, because that would be the whole point of playing through the first one. Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 right now would bring me out so quick. Oh, I'm sure it would. I'm sure it would. I like Toy Story. I like Toy Story. But I could be the world's biggest Toy Story fan, still not going to convince me to play Kingdom Hearts. And plus, to play 3, you gotta play like a bajillion other games first. From what I understand. It's just such an intimidating series. I wish it was just more simple and straightforward. Not really, Wave, no. 2's the only one I even attempted to really touch, but I hate how many party members there were in that game. If I were to play another one, it would be 5. No, actually, I take that back. It would be Tier Crease on the DS. Because that's a bit more of a traditional experience. It's the same reason I don't play Chrono Cross. I just hate turn-based RPGs with tons of characters like that. The rest of the game could be amazing. I just hate getting over that hill of so many characters. I could just never settle on a team. Chrono Cross is like an even worse example. Because Surge is locked. So you have 2 party members to cycle between. I personally feel like the only way I'd be able to enjoy Chrono Cross is if I followed the speedrun route and tried to speedrun it. Because then I would be forced into using characters for the speedrun and I wouldn't have to worry about who's in my team. So, you know, go through it, enjoy the story. But I would try and use the speedrun strats for combat and the characters that they want you to use. Which I believe would pretty much end up being... What's that character with the long black hair? Is his name like Fabio or something? That guy, I believe, is like the main speedrun character, and Glenn are the 2 major speedrun characters, if I remember right. I'm going to end the vertical stream, since that's going to be ending in not too long anyway, when we switch to the member stream. We'll probably give like another, I'm going to randomly do vertical streams here and there, but it seems like for my channel, they are still refusing to actually recommend it to anybody new, which defeats the purpose of the vertical streams for me. I'm probably going to try them with some gameplay streams here and there, like randomly if I think it's a game that would translate well to a vertical stream. But like I said, we're still experimenting with vertical streams. But right now, the only thing it's doing is hindering the mainstream. So everybody that's in the vertical will have to pop over to the horizontal if you want to keep watching. I will give you the link for that. It's the same stream, just a different layout. Penny Blood stuck in limbo. Yeah, I was really hoping that would have come to fruition. Nobody wants to pick it up for publishing. Misprint? Oh, pristine. I thought it said misprint. $110 for God of War, $110 for Kingdom Hearts 2, $120 for Kingdom Hearts 1. Keep in mind, these aren't even... I don't even think these are sealed. These are just... This is just a crazy seller that wants, like, 300% value or more on their games. Worst kind of sellers out there. Just make sure that that gets taken down as a VOD so it's not confusing. I keep forgetting I bought this game like last Black Friday for like $8 or $10, whatever it was, a Samba de Amigo game on Switch. But I think it's filled with copyrighted music. So I don't think that's a game I'd be able to stream on YouTube, that's for sure. Yeah, I'll never play a Disgaea game. I tried it on PS2. Wasn't for me. One of the most disappointing games I ever tried. It just wasn't what I was hoping it would be. Hey, thanks, Phoenix. Thank you for that membership. You'll be able to join us in about 45 minutes or so. 50 minutes, I guess. I love the fact that somebody is literally selling Sega Channel bag with the cable. I like that the cable color actually matched the logo, though. I shouldn't feel nostalgic for this thing, but I do. Literally just a bag with coaxial cables. Somebody apparently... There's like a working version of Sega Channel now. I saw a post on X about it. I didn't look too deeply into it, but there's like an emulated version of Sega Channel where you can go around the interface and actually play the games within the interface. Pretty neat. It's based on like a slice of like one time period of 3 months, I believe. So like any games that were available for those 3 months on Sega Channel during like whatever year they took it from is what's playable. I don't think it has any like Sega Channel exclusives or anything like that. I think it's more so for the experience of going through the menus and playing games based like that. It's always really hard to find a mint copy of Splatterhouse 2. Splatterhouse 3 is a little bit easier. 2 is the hard one to get it super mint. 2 is just a huge rental game. Copies you find of that are always rentalified. I always gotta laugh a little bit when you see a copy of Sonic 2 and the person peels off the not part so it looks like it says for resale. I always thought that was funny. It's like, what are they gonna do? Send the Sega police to your house? A Yogi Bear game on Sega Channel? That's cool. I would love to play the prototypes one day. Embalm with the super chat again. Thanks, Embalmed. If I had to sell off smaller portions of my collection, where would I start? Well, I already did that in the past. I got rid of a lot of my NES games. Rebuilt that into a more curated collection. Because most of my NES collection was based off that one giant lot that I bought those years ago. Now I'd probably start with the consoles that, like, I didn't grow up with entirely, so stuff like anything like Odyssey, Intellivision stuff, like whatever would clear space. The stuff that's also hard to stream, right? Like, it's not easy to hook up and stream an Odyssey console at this point. I'd have to hook it up to an old TV and, like, point a webcam at it. I don't know, just... I'd probably start there. Because back when I was first getting into collecting, I was, like, testing the waters to see what I'd be into. So I ended up getting... Because back then, everything was so dirt cheap. It was like they were practically giving away Odysseys and televisions and Ataris and all that kind of stuff. So I picked up pretty much anything because it was just so cheap, just to see if I was into it. I think that kind of stuff I appreciate more from a historical standpoint. Playing the games is a little different. I grew up with ColecoVision, so it's like starting there is a little easier, like from a gameplay perspective for me. But going back and playing something like Intellivision is a little rough. Just not into it as much as I used to be with the older, super old stuff. I guess because everything I play now I'm streaming, so I gotta view it from a, is it a fun stream kind of game, and generally I don't think those ancient Pong clones and all that are super good for streaming. A lot of that is very focused around local multiplayer. Some of them are really good for local play. I'm still shocked that Eye of the Beholder is still so cheap on Sega CD. I guess it has a high print run. But this has a Yuzo Koshiro soundtrack. I think a lot of people don't even realize that. The dungeon theme is amazing. The dungeon music is super good. There's only one really good song in this game, but it's a standout song. I guess because Eye of the Beholder is available on so many other platforms too, but still. I just always felt like this was... Keep in mind, this used to be like a $20 game. Very cheap. But it's pretty common as far as Sega CD games go. Overprinted for sure. This is the game that made me stop playing on my CDX. Some of you may have remembered being there for my Vey stream. I think it's actually pronounced Vi. It's actually a pretty good game. I was really enjoying this. But the reason I stopped playing it on my CDX is you get in the battles constantly in this game. The encounter rate's really high. And every time I got into a battle, it would have to load the screen and the music, and I just remember hearing my CDX like chugging every battle. I'm like, this cannot be healthy for this thing. So I had to stop playing it to preserve the life of that console. Really simple, fun RPG, though. I really enjoyed that. Well, that's the thing. I wouldn't even want to hook up in the old Odysseys. I don't mean the Odyssey 2. I mean, like, literally the Pong consoles. I wouldn't even be able to stream those. I have an Odyssey 2. I wouldn't get rid of Odyssey 2. I mean, like, the old Odysseys. Those are a different story. At least Odyssey 2 has games in there you can play. Oh, you thought we were going to go a stream without a foot? Nope. My eagle eye has been on the lookout the whole night. There it is. Very long toes. Those are probably the longest toes we've seen on eBay yet. Our toe streak, foot streak continues. Not sure there's been an eBay stream without a foot in a long time. I was getting worried. We found a D earlier. We found, we started the stream with a big box sealed DOS D. It's a little bit in rough shape. But it's unusual to see a big box PC DOS D. It's a pretty interesting game. This is actually the last Sega CD game I bought. Bought this a while ago, years ago. It's one of those on-rails shooters. AX101. It's okay. It's, you know, you can beat this game in like under an hour. With the pre-rendered backgrounds and stuff. Very basic looking backgrounds. I love those kind of games. Games of their era. We never see games like that anymore. Sulfide's another similar one. And I feel like Sonic R would have been amazing on the Sega CD. Would have been a little more primitive. It probably would have used like sprites for the characters, and sure there would have been fewer textures and stuff, but I think they could have pulled it off. Can we please get a Sonic R port at some point? I mean, ridiculous. We need a new like Hidden Gems collection, Sonic Gems collection. Come on, Sega. With online multiplayer. They did it for Sonic the Fighters. They put online multiplayer in the live arcade version. I would have killed for Sonic R on live arcade. My goodness. Yeah, last time we got Sonic R was on the GameCube and PS2. In Power region. So silly. I played Eternal Champions on Sega CD a long time ago. I don't remember liking it as much as the Genesis version because I was very nostalgic for the Genesis version. Lords of Thunder. One of my favorite Sega CD games. Price on this is definitely one of the biggest price increases on the entire console. It used to be about a $70 to $100 game, maybe. Back when I bought it, I think it was like 60. But it's one of the best soundtracks for any shoot 'em up out there. My only complaint with it is it's a little easy. I wish the game was a little more difficult. It's one of those kind of like chill shoot 'em ups. But at least you're able to see it to the end because it's beatable. Something I haven't looked at in a bit. Nintendo DS. Kawasaki. I immediately just like think of a Kawasaki bike after your notification there. Thank you for becoming a member. Something tells me Sonic R not reappearing has something to do with the music rates or something, though. I'm sadly feeling like that may be the reason. But then again, they put Sonic R remixes in their games, so that can't be an issue. Let me filter it by games and not consoles. He wouldn't let you borrow the Game Boy Advance on your game. Isn't the Game Boy Advance one supposed to be really bad, though? Maybe he did you a favor. Isn't that supposed to be like the worst way to play that game? I should also filter out Pokemon. I just heard really bad things about the Game Boy Advance version. Lunar Dragon Song, I still think that game gets a little too much hate. The initial reviews, like, I can't blame them, right? Full price at the time when it came out. You want to warn people about the weird mechanics. I don't know, I feel like if some people gave that game a second chance now. Because when I finally played it, yeah, okay, the first hour is a little rough, especially when you don't have a lot of HP. But eventually the whole, like, when you run and you lose HP thing becomes a non-issue. And at the end, it's a pretty solid turn-based RPG. Good music. I like the dual screen effect, especially in battles. The card system's unique. It almost feels like you're, like, catching Pokemon to get abilities. Like a chance at getting a new ability from defeating something. I don't know. I thought it was alright. Music was good. Is it a great game? It's like a 6 or a 7 out of 10. It was good enough for me to contemplate speedrunning it. But it's not unplayable like YouTube videos would have you believe. And there are so many Harvest Moon games now, I can't even keep track of like what one this is. Skytree Village? No idea. Skytree is one of the decent Harvest Moons. Was that before the Story of Seasons split? Back when it was the original creator? Thanks, Frost. Thanks for the raid. Hopefully you had a good one tonight. Touch mechanic. Evolution 2. I remember liking the first Evolution. I rented that on Dreamcast. Not a good game to rent, that's for sure. I never played the sequel. I would do the GameCube version, but I keep hearing that's not a good way to do it because they like compress the games to fit them on one disc. This actually looks interesting. Touch mechanic. Might be a fun little minigame. Evolution on the Neo Geo Pocket Color is a fun way to play the first game. I remember being blown away by how accurate that was to the... Because when I originally played it, I was still very familiar with the first Dreamcast version. They did a really good job of converting that for Pocket. Oh, they ported Skytree to Switch. Me, no. I was posting links to some stuff earlier. I'll be doing my shopping portion at the end of the stream. Members stream. For a little bit. Before bedtime. Dino Master. So when I get back into buying DS games, these are the kind of things I'm going to get. These little $10 games that no one would expect much from. But might actually be pretty fun. Fossil League Dino Champion Tournament. There were a lot of Fossil Fighters type games on the DS. Got a bid accepted, an offer accepted for Sonic 3. You picked up a complete version of it. Well, hopefully you got a good price on it. Oh, they ported it to Switch too? Really? Is it a game key card? Next Harvest Moon game I do will probably be Harvest Moon 64. Because like I said, I missed a super chat from Mike who asked me about Harvest Moon 64. And because I missed the super chat, I told him in a comment that I would make it a priority. So sometime this year I'll probably stream some Harvest Moon. 64. That's the kind of game where, like, even if I don't finish it, it's just so much fun to just chill with that game. It's such a relaxing game, those older Harvest Moons. I don't know what it is about them. Especially 64. Specifically for me, it's 64. Save the Homeland on PS2. Back to Nature doesn't quite hit as hard as N64 for me. There's something about the muddy, blurry graphics in the 64 version that I just really like. Yeah, I tried playing A Wonderful Life for the first time on stream, and I enjoyed it. That was the one that let you set up like a table in town and have people buy your items, right? It was good. I love this cover. Tactical RPG? The cover's so basic, but the back is so busy. I don't know what it is about Save the Homeland. I guess because it was just an early PS2 game that I loved. The cel-shaded graphics were amazing. That game is just so moody and atmospheric with its weather. And just something about that game. That's usually not people's favorite Harvest Moon game, because it's very different with how it handles endings. because it's got all the different stories that essentially end the game. I just like it. Nostalgia is very strong for that game. I think I really attribute it to the cell shading because I was so into cell shading at the time. Still am. It's just such a unique looking Harvest Moon game. And unique playing. Because it's like the end game of that is not to build a family, get married, whatever. It's like, it's to complete the little mini stories. Let's actually see what Harvest Moon games are selling for. Curious. Sunshine Islands, brand new 65. Wait, this is already only $16? Are you serious? This just came out not that long ago. Wow. That's actually not a bad price for that. So this is actually, if you guys remember, about a year or two ago, I streamed a Apple Arcade, like, no, actually it wasn't Apple Arcade. It was a paid mobile-only Harvest Moon game that was like, the reason nobody played it, because it was like a $20, $25 game. But I bought it and streamed it. I actually ended up really liking it. It was one of the better Harvest Moon games I've ever played. Because it went back to the basics. Very basic, no gimmicks. Like, it was the kind of Harvest Moon game that I really liked. Just farming, just taking care of your animals, very basic interactions with, like, the villagers and stuff. Nothing crazy. That was this game, Harvest Moon Home Sweet Home. They ported it to console, and I guess they had to do something to make it unique. So they actually gave the characters these hoverboards, which were not in the original mobile release. I'm trying to focus on it, the picture's being weird. But they give you these little hoverboards that you can, like, go around on in the game now to speed up the movement. And they might have done some other things in here, like maybe a new character or something. They had to have done something. But you know what? I actually really recommend this Harvest Moon Home Sweet Home Special Edition. If you're like me and you like your Harvest Moon games, your farming sims to be very, like, old school, that's exactly what this game is. Any game that plays like Skyrim. There's not too many games that come out that are quite like Skyrim. There's one that came out not that long ago that I haven't played yet, but people say it's pretty much like a Elder Scrolls clone, which is Tainted Grail. You should look into Tainted Grail. Very Elder Scrolls-like. Did I ever? No, I never bothered with Saves the Homeland remake on PSP. Because they don't use the cel-shaded graphics, so I, like, instantly lose interest in it. I'm telling you, the PS2 version is just, it's the way to go for me. So Harvest Moon games outside of the original Super Nintendo game are still super reasonable. It's a great series. I'd play Harvest Moon any day of the week over a Stardew Valley type of farming game. I just like my farming games to be very focused on the farming and the animals and very, very basic. I don't want it to be some giant world to live in. Like, I just want it to be confined. Simple. By the books. Let's do GameCube. Yeah, you'll like Tainted Grail. Look into that. Rate your pickups. It's a good spread. Vision's a classic. And actually having the original PS2 version is not necessarily a bad thing either, compared to that new 20XX version, which changes the fundamentals of how the game kind of like flows. Fireworks are random in the original Fanavision. The new one, like the PSVR one, they're kind of set. They're not as random. Technic Beat is a cool game. It's a fun music rhythm game. Very Japanese, very wacky. Bombastic I haven't played, but I've heard good things. The Ring, one of the greatest survival horror games ever created. Always a good choice. You'll love being tortured with that one. Azure Dreams, good. I played that a long time ago. I'll never, I'll never turn down an old school roguelike from that era. Back when roguelike was still kind of a rare genre. Game Boy Color one's supposed to be pretty good too. Jedi Outcast, I played the PS4 version of that when they re-released it with online multiplayer, and man, what a blast I had. All I did was try and force push people. I think that was the one I played with the online multiplayer, where you just force push like people off of edges, and man, it was so much fun. It's good. And a PlayStation lanyard and a new wallet. Gonna need that new wallet. A new Denpaman game is on the Switch eShop. You don't mean the one that came out a couple years ago, do you? Like, is there a brand new one that just came out? Because I was playing the new Denpaman game when it came out. Back when it was, on the... Was it Switch? Yeah, and then they ported it to mobile. I enjoyed it. The Denpaman game was fun. Oh look, the stupid egregious price of Piglet's Big Game is starting to come down a little bit. Still way more expensive than it should be though. This game went skyrocketed in price because someone found out that they use like sound samples to make their music, the same sound samples that we used in like Silent Hill 2 or something. And the game just like blew up in price because of that. It's just so ridiculous. How it's still worth money like that is beyond me. What's The Ring on Dreamcast? Only one of the greatest survival horror games ever created. With a soundtrack that's even better. It's just a survival horror game that's exclusive to Dreamcast. You'll have a lot of laugh out loud moments with that game. It's like a drop in here, I can't get out. Now you're saved, Bovan. It's too risky with YouTube these days. I like to avoid copyright shit on the VODs. Capcom Resident Evil Collection on GameCube. Wasn't even aware that was a thing. GameStop Special Edition. Oh, unless they just mean... Okay, they don't mean like an actual collecting box, or do they? Limited edition laser, so no. Okay. They're just like, okay, here's my Resident Evil collection for $1,200. Wow, look at what they did for this. See, this is why Hollywood Video is so cool with these covers sometimes. Sometimes you get an alternative cover art on the Hollywood Video cover. So this is obviously a launch GameCube game, right? So they had to make a cover for Hollywood Video, I guess, like earlier than they anticipated. So they used a placeholder box art for Rogue Leader, not the one that we actually got. So that's kind of neat. And look at the GameCube logo, it's white. I love that kind of stuff with the Hollywood Video cases. Sometimes you get a cover art that's different than the one that actually comes out. Slightly different. It looks similar, but it is slightly different, as you see. Hello, Niwu. Animaniacs, $130. Is that really what people want for this? I've always wanted to try this game. Try any 3D platformer I haven't played. It's actually obscene how many Army Men games we got. I need to see them all the time, and they're always different games. They're just like, they feel like they never end. So many Sarge's, like Sarge's Heroes, Sarge's War, Sarge's Heroes 2. To this day, the only Army Men games I've played are Army Men on the PC, the original one, which is actually an amazing game, and Portal Runner on PS2. And I believe that may... Oh, wait, and the best one, Army Men Air Attack on PS1. That game is amazing. Isn't this the game where you can play... Yeah, this. I would love to be able to play these one day. Pokemon minigames. It's like the reason to get Pokemon Channel at this point. Also because it's technically a video game, but we can watch Pokemon show on stream. Because you can watch like a couple episodes of Pokemon or whatever on here. We're technically playing a game. Yeah, Portal Runner. I included it in the Army Men universe. Have any of you played Animal Crossing on the N64? Like, is it worth playing the N64 version of Animal Crossing, or is that only for hardcore Animal Crossing fans? Right? Isn't it pretty much just the GameCube version, but like just a little more lacking content, if I understand it? Wait, the most recent Army Men game was only 2017? Damn, it's kind of sad they stopped. Should have kept it going. See, look. Look, everybody, you can still collect for GameCube affordably. You just gotta buy Finding Nemo and Robots. And Clone Wars and Scorpion King. I've heard the Roblox game is okay. I still gotta play all those kind of games. If you're in a 3D space and you're able to run and jump around and collect things in a game from that era, I need to play it. Big Air Freestyle dev signed copy. I feel like you're gonna have a really hard time finding a buyer for that, hate to say. Cheap player Godzilla demo. Why do I feel like I've never seen this game before? No description. Okay. Yeah, the Shrek game that I want to play the original Shrek that came out on Xbox. Because that was a launch game that was exclusive to Xbox, right? That makes it kind of special to me. Thanks, Lex. Thank you for the membership. We'll be starting that member stream in 10 minutes. The countdown is on top there. 10 minutes, it's going to swap over for members. And I'll be buying some stuff for myself for streaming. Another foot. We've never been so lucky. Just barely squeaking by there. So the original Shrek is still just exclusive to the original Xbox, right? Or did they ever port that? I think it's a port of a GameCube game. Is it really? Because it had the only on Xbox logo on the cover. Unless it eventually got ported. I mean, it won't be terribly long. You know, it's getting pretty late. Probably like a half an hour, maybe 40 minutes. I tend to make them no longer than an hour. Nothing crazy, you know, just like an extra little bonus. Does not appear to have been ported. Yeah, that means I need to get it. I need to see what a launch Shrek game was like. Yeah, the original Xbox launch was pretty... They had a pretty good launch lineup, even outside of Halo. A lot of just like... A lot of decent 7 out of 10 kind of games. Mad Dash Racing was always my favorite for the launch. Did I ever play the Monkey Ball games? I played a lot of Monkey Ball 1. That was my most played Monkey Ball game. A dirt bike game for the launch of Xbox? Not sure I'm familiar with that one. Logic Bomb on Super Nintendo? I have not. That sounds like a game I probably would not like. Honestly. Super Monkey Ball was an amazing GameCube launch game, though. Seriously. Like, what a perfect game to go along with a console launch. Between that and Luigi's Mansion and Wave Race and Star Wars. Whew. Just those 4 games make GameCube one of the best launches ever. In my opinion. Alright. Before it switches over, let's just do a quick check on auctions. Ending. It's available on GameCube as extra large. So extra large is the first Shrek on Xbox with like added content on GameCube. Is what you're saying? Well, maybe just remind me, Cody, next eBay stream we'll take a look through those consoles and see if we can find stuff for you. Just interesting games. Fear Factor on Game Boy Advance? I barely remember that being a thing. I guess I just don't typically remember passing by a Fear Factor game on Game Boy Advance. Sealed Earth, yeah, for that price I would assume so. These days when I see a Saturn game for $6,000, I kind of just keep going. You know. Rhythm Heaven Fever, new